Thank you, everyone. Welcome to today's meeting. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see, Councilmember Melton, or Mayor Pro Tem Melton, if you could lead us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will start today with the consent agenda. No items have been pulled. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Next, we go to public comment. Please remember the rules of decorum. And we will start with Mama Kai. Is Mama Kai here? Haley Kinsler? Is Haley Kinsler here? Kenneth Haywood?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Kenneth Haywood with the Howard Stallings Law Firm, 5410 Trinity Road. I am here on behalf of our client, the Fonville family, who has owned property outside the city of Raleigh for over the past 100 years at 9721 Fonville Road. And we're here today because of the fact that there is an ETJ that is touching their property and ends at their property. And in working with the City Attorney's Office and the planning staff, suggested that I make this appearance today directly to be able to ask the council to request of staff to explore the possibility of relinquishing the property from the city's ETJ. And so that's our specific request to the council today. And the reason why we're here, I know our time is short in terms of the 2 minutes, but I'll just briefly say that the Fonville family, back over a year ago in working with Wake County, had a home moved for their son to live on the family homestead and property, and worked through all the county permits. Learned at the time that actually they were in the ETJ of the city. We're not aware of that since they had been living on this property for over 100 years, and working through all the various requirements of the city in terms of their UDO and subdivision. It just was not going to work to be able to do what they wanted to do in terms of their houses on this little over 7-acre piece of property. So we're here today, like I said, with a request, and happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, look forward to working with staff to go through the process.
Okay, I have a question for the city attorney. What would that process be following up on this?
I'm not sure who he worked with, but I'm going to bring up David York.
Sure, I was working with David and Chris Golden, so both of them are familiar.
David York, City Attorney's Office. Mayor, in response to your question, the statutes don't lay out a process for relinquishment, and so we and other municipalities have followed the same process for expanding the ETJ as far as notice and public hearing and so forth. And so you all have seen, this may be the first one for this council, I don't recall, but we had a couple of relinquishments that came up before council down in the Swift Creek watershed area that council acted on within the last 5 years. So, and that process was basically the ETJ expansion process. It's the same process we went. It's notice to property owners and public hearing.
I guess my
And notice
question
to
is,
the
who takes the lead on this? Is this something the city attorney's office will continue to work on?
We'll continue to work with planning staff. Planning staff took the lead previously. We consulted with them to make sure, This property is on the boundary of the ETJ, so it wouldn't create any isolated ETJ problems, which has come up in the past. But yes, we'll stay involved
Okay.
throughout the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I see that Mama Kai has come in. If you'll come up, please.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm still confused. Like, will we see this again? Do you need it? When does
Yes.
this come back to us as an
If-
agenda item?
I guess if council could, if someone could make a motion and council vote to instruct staff to go through the ETJ relinquishment process, they'll prepare their report. It'll come back to you all to set a public hearing, likely in the consent agenda, or if you would prefer it come back as a special item before you set the public hearing, we can do it either way, but normally it would come back in the consent agenda to set the public hearing, and then you all would conduct a hearing after that.
So you need us to make a motion to,
Excuse me one second, Councilmember
So does this
Ford.
go to the planning commission at all, or does it skip that part of the process?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Councilmember Patton.
so you need a motion from us to kick off a public hearing.
Just
Cascade
instruct
of
us to
events.
investigate
Yes.
it, prepare the report, bring it back to you for your action on whether or not to schedule a public hearing.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. That's what I was trying to, okay. Mama Kai?
Thank y'all. I appreciate that. Good afternoon. A belated happy Monday to you. That's my favorite day of the week. It's another amazing day in paradise. Thank you for your service. I mean, I've seen several of you recently, so honestly, there's not much I want to speak about, but my focus will be on some organizations or initiatives that I feel deserves the council's attention. But before I jump into the three I'm sharing today, I would like to say how incredible the staff at the City of Raleigh are, and y'all deserve an applause. I meet more and more people at all the events that are hosted, and I'm also participating in Raleigh Neighborhood College. Thank you, Councilwoman Jones. To hear the people who have been here for 5, 10, 20 years is truly incredible. And I can honestly say I've only had one experience with an employee that I felt compelled to complain about. Otherwise, the staff is amazing. So thank you to everyone who's serving our city well. Now to the initiatives. I've mentioned to these groups or individuals that they should address you themselves, but I'm also speaking out on their behalf. One, you managed to give funds to Equity Before Birth, and thank you so much for doing that. Black Maternal Health Week is April 11th through 17th, so please consider issuing a proclamation to support it. I know Joy is working on submitting that properly, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. 2, TMT Community Youth Foundation has a robotics team called Cyber Bears. It runs out of the Tarboro Road Community Center. They have built a robot and they compete in competitions, and they could use some funds to be able to participate. When their proposal comes to your attention, please consider investing in this very unique group, especially for the work they are doing to provide upward mobility to youth otherwise who wouldn't have the opportunity. And then the last one is Chris Facey. He's otherwise known as Cocoa Butter Shutter. Some of his work is actually featured out here in the gallery. And he wants to do some initiatives, but as an individual, I'm not sure how to direct him on how he could possibly solicit the council for funds, so
Thank you.
that would help. Thank y'all.
Octavia Rainey?
Good afternoon. I'm here to correct David Eatman. David Eatman stood before you and you asked him, what is the ridership, or a question similar to the ridership? The ridership is black. It's 95% black. And I don't know why David didn't know that, because you have to do a federal report. The ridership is low income. I don't know why he didn't say that. I know that because of the federal report that the city must do on your bus ridership. So I am really concerned that when he stood before you, he told a half truth. He didn't tell the truth. If I know he know. I know that for a fact. Also, I want to talk about, you know, we live in two cities, a black city, Hispanic city, a white center, and an immigrant center. When you ride the Triangle Mall, you ride the L line, that is a white ridership. Now, I don't understand why we have a black ridership over here in Southeast Raleigh, but when you go out to Triangletown Mall, that's a right ridership. So when you get on the L line, those are smaller buses. Ask me how I know. I teach people how to ride the bus that's over 65 years old. So that's my favorite spot to go, because you know what I show them? The other side of the world. When you ride that L line from Triangle Mall, you see the other side of the world. It's like being in another world. And you know why? There is no housing for low income being built out that way. Where is the planning department? Where is the city council at? The churches out there are being run slam over. I am doing a tour in April around the L line, Triangle Mall, and I'm inviting y'all to come, because I'm going to show you something that
you.
needs to be shown.
Eugene Myrick?
Eugene Myrick, Southeast Raleigh resident. I just wanted to bring my receipts from the last meeting that some folks had some questions about.
I think, what you're proposing is good, but I'm still concerned about some of the elements of the future. So I personally don't feel comfortable motioning it forward.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I will make a motion to approve at the appropriate time. We talk about the cost of housing. This is why. This man has had to fly down here twice to come to the Planning Commission to get a unanimous approval, to then have to come down to the council. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
So, once again, you jumped on something that was in Councilmember's Black District that she wasn't comfortable with. But you seem to want to side with the developer once again. I think she wanted to get it right, and you wanted to rush it through. Meanwhile, we have rezoning Z7222, which has been rejected by the Planning Commission, rejected by the RHDC, rejected by the COA, no parking, noise pollution, emissions pollution, traffic congestion, and y'all still kicking the can down the road in hopes of getting a fourth vote from one of the new guard. So I'm hoping y'all continue to hold the line so that these bad, and I want y'all to not only look into the ethnical issues, but look into the ethical issues behind a rezoning case like this, because it's much worse than a rotten onion, I promise you that. When it comes to the Bloomberg cases, if the Palestinian community want to know why they couldn't get a ceasefire, it's because the city was after Bloomberg bucks. And the mayor endorsed him for president, he endorsed her for mayor, but this is the same person who stopped and frisked over 5 million blacks in New York City under Bloomberg's watch, who monitored, surveilled the Muslim community under Bloomberg watch. They actually sued him. So now that the city get Bloomberg bucks and he wants to operate in the black community, I'm a little skeptical about that. This was his quote: "The way you get the guns off the kids is to throw them up against the wall and frisk them." That's his quote. Go on. Bloomberg gave millions to his Wall Street buddies.
Your time is up. Thank you.
That's fine. Y'all have the
Keisha
floor.
Monk?
Thanks so much. I actually have a change of heart. I'm not going to be using my slides. You can remove them because I don't have enough time. Thank you. Today, I would like to urge you to listen to the concerns of the residents in the Prince Hall District, the first historic Black neighborhood in our city. Developers are encroaching on this community, threatening its rich heritage and cultural significance while claiming that the residents really don't want it. Well, Council, I'm respectfully asking you that you help protect this neighborhood from further dismantling and preserve its historical value for future generations. I was searching for some office space for my media company last month, and I contacted an owner of a commercial property on Blunt Street, and she told me that she was quickly approaching 80 years old. She said she was tired, and when I shared with her a few details about what my husband and I wanted to do with regards to teaching children in the neighborhood about voiceover, she told me that she would have given the space to me for free, but the property was already under contract, and her agent instructed her not to talk to anybody about the potential sale. but then gave me the name of the new owners, hoping that they would rent to me. And so I did a quick Google search, and it revealed that the new owners would be a well-known developer. What bothers me about this is that a for sale sign was never posted on this building. The owner's phone number was affixed to the side of the building, and this leads me to believe that this was most likely a pocket listing, which I'm still doing the research on, but I do believe that pocket listings are illegal in North Carolina. So, Council, I'm just respectfully asking you to do your research when it comes to these rezoning decisions. Please, in the Prince Hall District, please don't surrender to the he say, she say game. And I'm just asking you to do that in order to ensure the preservation of the Prince Hall District and to uphold the rights of its residents. Thank you so much.
Okay, now we're back on schedule, so we would have Diala Hamid come up, please. Is Diala here? Okay. Zoe Nablo? Is Zoe here? Justin Jenkins?
Good evening to you all today. My name is Justin Jenkins. I'm here because I have solutions for all the problems as far as with our natural disasters. And I'm here to talk to you about, I'm combining three of them. The floods, the droughts, and the wildfires. And what I want to say first is Raleigh is known for taking care of its floods with building infrastructure that is good for its floods, and like the small floods and the medium-sized floods. And I wanted to say that what I see is helping other areas, helping other cities and states with their floods and bringing jobs to Raleigh and bringing money to Raleigh by doing so. And then also with the bigger floods, coming up with better with solutions, not to just take the flood water to rivers or to the oceans, but to collecting that flood water and helping those people that are going through droughts and that are going through wildfires. And I have solutions for that too, and solutions for other problems that we have as far as like our natural disasters.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We have his contact info. Okay, thank you. Dana Haddad? Is Dana here? Hua Huang? On his way. Who is on the way? Okay. Camila Cade? Amanda Gazave? Asma Aluja? Nicole Williams?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, fellow citizens. I apologize, I did not get the chance to prepare a comment, so I'll be speaking freely. And I basically just wanted to come here today to tell you what we probably already know, which is that there are a lot of our citizens out here who are struggling with hunger, not just our unhoused citizens, but some of these people are going without food from 1 to 3 days or more. And though we have these agencies and organizations that are dedicated and committed to feeding our people, there are still some holes. So what I wanted to propose is that if we can find it in our hearts to make some sacrifices or for the community and the council in some way to collaborate, to start an initiative, to maybe start a program somewhere, somewhat likewise that we had when COVID was going on, where if you buy a meal, you can also buy a meal to give to someone in need, and the restaurant can pass those out. Also, maybe if you can share your meals, and I know sometimes this requires a sacrifice, but let us remember the sacrifice that Jesus made for us. And this is not just our unhoused again. These are students. These are people that work with you. And as a person who worked and lived in a hotel, I can tell you it's still hard. And with increasing rents, other people are having issues also. So if you find that someone is in the grocery store, in a restaurant and struggling, or your neighbor, it can be as simple as, can I help you with lunch today? Can I buy you lunch today? Or you switch a sandwich with someone that you see that also needs to eat downtown. That would be great. Again, I don't know if there's any type of program we can put together to maybe feed people outside, and also if you might get in contact with the local drop-in shelters, because they've also been having shortage on donations with feeding the people that have been coming there in the evenings as well. Thank you.
Nicole, have you been to the Wake County Commission meeting?
I
to
have.
Speak to them?
I have.
Okay, they are responsible for that, so we will follow up, but that is, they're the lead on that. We partner with them.
Okay, I know you directed me for something else last week, but I was just saying, as a community thing in general in Wake County, I didn't know if that was something we could work on together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Gazave has come in.
Again, Amanda Gazav. I have a speech for you guys, but every week I get up here and I just get so annoyed by the disrespect shown to the citizens of Raleigh and the expectations for us to show it to you. And I lose the whole speech because I have so much more better things to say, again, with the names. And really, we're just, at this point, we're in an abusive relationship with the city of Raleigh and how we're being represented. You are supposed to be representing your city, and you clearly do not, with the exception of 4. Thank you. We are told one thing by people in the office, even one of us being told that we were going to be starting our part at 3. Continuing to try to silence us is only going to get us louder and louder. We are going to keep showing up. We are going to keep getting fed up with the disrespect that is shown to us from the council, or half the council, some in particular. And we are going to keep coming back, whether you find it respectful or not, when we speak the truths to any of the members and you want to defend them. We're going to keep showing up and defending ourselves. We're going to keep showing up and defending the Palestinians who can't speak here. So while you continue to show disrespect to your city, please be aware that you do not speak for the city of Raleigh, and we will vote you out come November because you do not represent us. You have not ever, and you will not ever. Free, free Palestine, ceasefire now.
Ricky Scott.
Hey. Oh, that's all right. I'm all right with the walk. I need it. I eat too many cookies, and so, that'll help out. Good afternoon, city council members and all in the audience. And I want to say, first of all, I appreciate the work that the council does on behalf of the citizens of our city, or our residents. Well, what I want to speak to you about is, this relates to the ADA paratransit. And there is conversation that you all are deliberating as it relates to returning to fare for fixed route. And obviously that decision would impact paratransit. Here's what I want each of you to think about as you deliberate. If you earned $1,490 a month, $1,490 a month, that is the average income for persons with disabilities. And I dare say that for those serve on our council, that that service provides twice that for part-time work. And that's appreciated, that's to be expected. But as you deliberate this, think about that, $1,409 a month. Now, what we can do is we can maintain the status quo, i.e. let the fares for fixed route be free, and thus it would positively impact this population. Or I would ask that you look at decoupling these two and make an independent decision relative to Go Raleigh Access paratransit. And I want to add here that, oh my gosh. 2 more minutes.
Dr. Scott, we will ask David Eatman to come and do a presentation to the Committee on Persons with Disabilities. I think they can dive a little deeper and you can see what they're planning. So if David is here, or we could please follow up with David, let's make that presentation happen. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Okay.
All right, well.
Could you start with your name, please?
My name is Jeremy Gilchrist. I literally just flew the red eye from Arizona to here, arrived this morning after spending 2 weeks as an invited ally of the Apache tribe at Oak Flat in the desert. And they're fighting for their sacred ground. After 800 years, a mining company wants to come in and destroy it and extract whatever they can from it. Now, the Apache tribe has a large history that is very parallel to what is going on in Palestine. They were largely grouped into what amounted to a concentration camp at San Carlos. Now it's their reservation. And when they were there, the U.S. military shot them for sport and killed 90% of their people. So Palestine's effectively become an open-air prison and an execution ground as the genocide continues. So I was deeply disappointed when I was out there in the desert. When I got word of the 4-4 to vote, I want to thank the 4 counselors who did vote in favor of the ceasefire resolution. But I just wanted to express that disappointment when firsthand I got to experience and hearing from people directly what white supremacy and settler colonialism does to them for centuries at this point there, and now well over 75 years in Palestine. So I just wanted to express that and say, free Palestine, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Nadia Ali.
First, I brought with me this information was from when they were planning to demolish Seaboard Avenue. And we got this the day it was starting. And there's some notes on here about where people are supposed to park, but they left no parking for anybody who was handicapped, no access, nothing. And Marianne, I know you know this because you walked right through it while it was happening. Like, who decided this was okay? I'll leave that with you. Second, let me see where. Okay, so today, as I stand before you, my heart weighs heavy with grief and empathy. Recently, I lost my beloved cat, a companion who brought immense joy and love into my life for 14 years. The pain of losing him has been profound, yet it pales in comparison to the unimaginable suffering endured by the people of Gaza. In the midst of my own sorrow, I cannot help but be consumed by the anguish of those who are denied the basic human rights of mourning and burying their loved ones. The people of Gaza are facing unfathomable hardships, forced to endure hunger and violence while clinging to their humanity in the face of adversity. As I reflect on the unconditional love I shared with my cat, I'm reminded of the selflessness exhibited by the people of Gaza, who prioritize the well-being of their animals even in the midst of their own deprivation. As of now, 1.1 million people are about to starve to death. It is incomprehensible to me how anyone could turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. How can anyone just justify the perpetuation of violence and oppression? We must stand united regardless of race, religion, and nationality to demand an end to the cycles of injustice that plague our world. Let us honor the memory of my beloved cat, Dexter, and the countless lives lost in Gaza.
Thank you.
Can I
Nadia.
finish my sentence?
Your time's up. Thank you. And we do honor your pet. Chris Cervici.
Not the lives of people.
I'm going to have to ask that you be removed if you continue. Thank you. Chris Cervecchi. Julia O. Mohammed Eric Vera. Hadil Krais, Khrais. Okay, and then people who weren't here before, Dana Haddad. I think somebody said she's coming. Hua Huang.
Hi, I'm just gonna keep it brief. I'm mostly here today because I want to bring up something that happened last Tuesday that I would like to see that the city does not repeat the mistake again, and that is mutual respect, with not just respect to it. If the city wants the people to respect the city, then the city should do the same in kind. What I'm talking about specifically is the demand for a trans and non-binary person to out their full name in public. There's a reason why some of them need to keep only write their last initials as opposed to the entire name. Because for those of you who are supposed to be in the LGBT community, I think you know that how much danger trans and non-binary people are currently in right now, especially in North Carolina. So please take that into consideration going forward. And it would be good if you don't force people to say their full name if it concerns their safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here who's signed up who hasn't spoken? Okay. Then we're on to the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. I'm joined by Blaney Miller, Chair of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission met last week on Tuesday, and they've reported out some items to you that we're going to go over today. A reminder of holidays upcoming in this month and also in April. We have some items already scheduled for public hearing at your next meeting on April 2nd. At the evening meeting at 7 p.m., the request in the Prince Hall District on South Blunt Street, Z92, the New Bern TOD will be back in front of you. There are also some new items, a rezoning at Spring Forest and Atlantic Avenue, an assemblage on Rawls Drive, a city-initiated rezoning on Summit, and also a text change to revise the name of the Appearance Commission. And then coming out of the Planning Commission, we have a handful of items. So there are no items scheduled, suggested for that April 2, to be added to that April 2 list of public hearings. There is a special item later on the agenda that you may consider scheduling at that time. I just wanted to try to keep all the pieces together to help with your decision making. And then coming out of the Planning Commission, we're recommending a number of items for that April 16 meeting. Published on the agenda, TC 723 Mordecai NCOD was published on the agenda for the 16th. And then also a handful of rezoning cases. Some parcels at Boylan and Lane in the North Boylan NCOD, a parcel on Buck Jones Road, Z5123, couple of parcels on South Saunders Street, just south of South Street, and then rezoning on Crosslink Road. And then finally, Z40 Strickland Road is suggested for a May 7 public hearing date. I will say about the TC7 23, the Mordecai NCOD, we have heard from the applicant that they would prefer the May 7 date for engagement reasons, and staff agrees with that. There are a lot of folks who are probably going to want to speak to you based on the email traffic we've been seeing around that. So that May 7 date is agreeable to the applicant, and staff also supports that. There's another item coming out of Planning Commission to you, which is a request for an extension. TC 323 is the Clean Transportation Ordinance. Would require EV infrastructure for certain uses, prohibits drive-throughs, requires more pedestrian connections. Planning Commission has already discussed this at Text Change Committee, and they would like more time to do so and are asking you for a 60-day extension. Their new deadline would be May 18, which would probably put this in front of you at the first June meeting, I would think. So again, some suggested public hearing dates here. We're suggesting May 7, revised here based on communication from the applicant after publication. Strickland Road, these are in the order that they are on the agenda. Strickland Road is discussed extensively by Committee of the Whole. A lot of community interest in this one, as I think you all have seen just as much email about this as I have. So suggesting a public hearing date there of May 7. Those parcels in the North Boylan NCOD, this is a request to go from OX3 to OX12, again suggesting that April 16 public hearing date. Buck Jones, this is a request, this is currently in the TOD, the Western Boulevard TOD area. The applicant is asking removal of that and a change in base district to reestablish fuel sales use here. Again, recommending an April 16 public hearing date. These two parcels on South Saunders Street, just south of South Street, are adjacent to mixed-use zoning that has been rezoned a couple of times by council in the past several years. Development has yet to get underway there. As I understand it, they're trying to match these parcels up with those to the north to make a larger development area. Again, looking at an April 16 date. Crosslink, this is going from R4 to R10 with conditions and public hearing recommended date here of April 16. What questions could I or Chair Miller answer for you before you make a decision about public hearings?
I just want to note that I'm not prepared to set the public hearing yet for Z4623. That's the North Boylan assemblage. I haven't had a chance to talk to the developer or land use attorney with this case, but I've reached out and I think we have a meeting scheduled. So I just want to hold this until I'm able to have that conversation.
That would be the, which one did you say?
It's Z4623
Okay.
North Boylan assemblage.
So you're asking to hold that one?
Yeah, that's my motion to hold that.
Well, let's see if there's any other ones. Councilmember Jones?
My question is for Blaney. Thank you so much. I'm going through the Strickland case, and I was wondering if you can walk me through the reasons as to why there was no recommendation. This is a really big case that I would have loved to hear from you guys, and I'm just wondering, does this mean if it was sent back, would there be appetite for that and to make a recommendation? Because I know that the SMAC letter, as noted in the backup, was the reason as to why. So I'm a little bit confused as to, for the EV chargers, we asked for an extension, but then how come this one didn't request an extension as well?
So this one did not request an extension because the applicant had already provided one round of comments and could not provide any additional round of comments to the Planning Commission, so we had to vote on the case as it appeared. And so that, in combination with the fact that our deadline for action was approaching, we decided it was more appropriate to vote it out at that time.
Okay, so because of that, that's why we didn't ask for more time on that. Okay.
Yes, because if they did want to make additional, offer additional conditions based on the letter from the Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, they would not have been able to make those to us.
Understood. And then my next question on this case is for staff, so for Bynum. Is there a process in place that includes boards and commissions when there are issues pertaining to their scope. We see that in a future, in the rest of the agenda, that there's an upcoming text amendment that would be presented to RHDC. And I'm just wondering if when we have big concerns like this was going to be for water, or that stormwater ended up sending that letter, is there a preemptive process to where we include them from the beginning instead of waiting if they sent that letter in the last minute? Was there options for them?
So the zoning process specifically lays out in the code review by Planning Commission and City Council. Anything else that happens is not required or a regulatory aspect of the rezoning process. Sometimes we see specialty interest take time to review. Other times we do not. It's, I would say, most organized, most regularized through the Historic District, Raleigh Historic Development Commission. They have review authority. I wouldn't even say authority. But they do regularly review. They have a regularized process for review of rezoning cases that no other board has at this time, besides the Planning Commission.
Right. Thank you so much. I think just asking the council what their thoughts are, I would really appreciate a recommendation from Planning Commission with how heavy this is and how many moving parts and big issues that are accomplished here, or that are going to be accomplished here. And that talks about our watershed, our drinking water, affordable housing. We're hitting on a lot of really, really big things that I would love the opportunity to hear what Planning Commission says. So my first thought is to send it back now that they've had some time, if that's possible. But I definitely want to hear what the rest of council feels before, or if there are any other thoughts as to what we can do. I really want to hear from the community in this case prior to making a decision. So I'd like to open the floor.
Would sending this to committee be helpful in having that discussion? We could ask some involvement from Planning Commission on that.
Which committee would you think would be best?
GNR, if that's possible. I don't know if, I know you could do something in April.
If I may suggest, I have our findings ready to present today. We received that Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, or the SMAC letter, the afternoon immediately prior to our meeting, so some people didn't have a chance to look through that. But some did, and I think they were ready to vote. I could present what our views in favor and opposed were without our final vote. And to summarize, I think it was, one of those, it was a tough 49-51 type of decision to make. I'm not sure what the final vote would have been, but happy to summarize and present those findings for and against either way if you'd like.
Can I offer some process information? I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem had something.
I was just going to say, I do think this case requires a bit of a deeper dive, and I don't think just hearing the Planning Commission comments real quick today during Planning Commission report is probably the most efficient way or best way to do it. I think I would support either sending it back to Planning Commission, but what I'm hearing is sort of, we felt like we had all the information the applicant was going to be able to give to us, and we sent it to you. So I think a committee makes much better sense, because I'm not on that committee, but I have questions that I would like staff to answer, and maybe if the committee can get to the bottom of it, and perhaps we could then get the Planning Commission notes at that time too, and you don't have to come if you don't want. Planning staff, I guess, could read them out, but I think the committee is the better place to talk about it, in my opinion.
Councilmember Ford.
I would say if move it to committee and there's going to be a presentation, I would want somebody from the Planning Commission to be there, because there may be other questions that the public would have. So certainly would not want to leave that to the staff to try to address those questions and concerns.
Okay. All right, we have.
So we're thinking that Growth and Natural, or GNR, is the best place. I'm just trying to. April 23rd.
We'll ask that a member of come to represent the Planning Commission and talk about what the findings were, et cetera, and then you can have further discussion on SMAC and hear from the public.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's
So
go back over where we.
Do I need to vote? Do we need to vote on that, or are we
I
doing
was
the whole
going
thing?
to say, let's
Got
go
it.
back over where we are. We'll start with the request for a 60-day extension for the clean transportation ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was awarded. We have one, the motion, could someone make a motion to send this item, Strickland Road, to GNR?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that will be sent to GNR for the April 23rd meeting. Then, let's see, we had the other one that you had asked to hold, which was Z46, so we'll hold that. And then could we have a motion to approve the remainder based on staff recommendations?
Except I think the number 3, Mordecai wanted to go on the May, not April 16th. They wanted to go May, first meeting in May. So that would be the one change.
Yeah, that was what they recommended.
But agenda, staff recommending April 16th on the Mordecai, but they flagged
Yeah,
May.
on there.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Okay.
So moved.
All in, do we have a second? Okay, do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Can I, before we leave this part of the agenda, can I ask a couple questions that aren't specifically case-related?
Related to?
They're related to Planning Commission and the report of the Planning Commission, more broadly.
Okay.
So, Blanny, for you, we had 2 cases this time that came to us with no recommendation. One of them, you called a motion in favor, it failed. Called a motion to deny, it failed. So that one I understand. But once here and then once before in this term, at least we've seen cases that are particularly controversial come to us with no recommendation. And so I'm hoping you can send back to the group a real message to them that we take y'all's guidance and recommendations very seriously. And I would like to charge you all not to, take your hands off of the ones that are the spiciest, because those are when we need your help and support and deliberations.
Yes. Thank you for that comment. It's very well received. I share your view on that. I would have loved to have forced a vote on this case and on the previous one where we voted for no recommendation. In this one, just given the procedural issue of having a large substantive document provided to us less than 24 hours before the vote, and some didn't get a chance to look through it, and they made the motion, I understood that. But we are glad that council cares that much about what we think and recommend, and I will carry it along. Thank you.
And then Bynum, one for you. Recently, there was a memo circulated to us about the tightness of the procedural turnaround from hearing Planning Commission on Tuesday and then turning it around for the Thursday publication of the agenda. And I see that happened here, like these were heard. Do you need direction from us here at the table you presented us an option to, so I say you, but the staff presented us an option to expand that timeline. Do you need direction from us to start doing that?
We would appreciate your support, yes.
Okay. So I would bring that back to the table and ask when
I was
we
going to
can-
say, if we could bring that back to us, I want to understand the full implications.
Yeah, and I think as part of that same memo, there was a thought that there would be a follow-up, and so maybe a follow-up within 90 days. And so maybe we can have that as a special item to ensure that we have time at the table to discuss all the implications of like the process and stuff. So, whatever you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, next we have special items, rezoning Z2823 Hardin Road.
Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this is rezoning Z2823. As a reminder, you deferred rescheduling the public hearing for this case to allow the conditions to be amended again. And so signed conditions have been received that you can set a hearing on, and I can go over those now. The changes were made to amend one of the conditions and add a new condition. So condition 6, which pertains to performing a warrant analysis for a signal at Blue Ridge Road and Hardin Road, a portion was added that in the case that in neither scenario a signal is warranted, that there would be a contribution to the city towards affordable housing. And then condition 7 was added that commits to a contribution of $30,000 to go towards neighborhood traffic management. So those are the amendments to the condition. Like I said, you're able to set the public hearing, reschedule the hearing rather, and the suggested date for that is April 2nd.
Okay, any, Councilmember Jones?
Thank you so much. I just had some clarification questions about the conditions. So the potential condition for the traffic calming measure payments, this donation that would be added, would it be added to the pot, but they would stay on the list and city staff would be in charge of building it?
Yeah, so the project on Hardin Road would stay in the queue where it is, and it would proceed as the program does normally.
Right, and I know that we had both at the traffic meeting or committee meeting, and also the last time we talked about this at council, just some questions around, is it not possible for the developer to go ahead and do the traffic calming measures? Is that something that the city feels uncomfortable with, that we want to take charge of that?
Yes, staff's preference would be for a contribution, a general contribution to go towards that general aim, but not to tie the city to a particular course of action.
I'm sorry?
To tie the city to a particular project necessarily.
Okay, and can you help me understand why that we don't want developers to do that from the staff perspective?
I might phone a friend to help explain this.
Good afternoon, Margaret Tartala, Transportation. So I think the simplest way to put it is the process that we normally go through with our traffic calming process, where we reach out to the public, the neighborhood, and get their input is important. And I think we heard that from the people that want traffic calming on Hardin as well. And so this sort of lets us do that and also puts money towards that project for the public benefit.
Right. Okay. I know that we talked about it at traffic, so I don't know if that's something that other councilors have questions on. So I definitely want to open the floor if there was any further discussion.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah. Hi. Staying on the traffic calming question. So we, if I've understood the program correctly, staff can handle about 20 projects a year-ish, and that's about roughly how many we approve. You know, we approve them in a batch, and then y'all work your way through them, and we approve a new batch.
Correct.
And so I had hoped that there would be, and I think what we said last week was there would be an appetite to come allow the developer to do that. That would pull these guys out. They're in 2 batches. They're in the second batch of 20. So pull them out so that the person in the first project in the third batch of 20 could scoot on up, and it would, in that way, create some efficiencies and increase y'all's capacity. And I'm wondering if taking in the contribution allows you to do, will you be able to do 21 projects? I mean, I know these might not be exact numbers, but for the sake of illustration, is this going to allow you to do an extra project during that batch, or is there also constraints on like time?
Yeah, so I think for this project specifically, because we expect the timeline for the city to deliver the project to be about the same timeline as the development itself. It's not that it increases our capacity, but we're already planning on doing the project. So it's specific to this case and not necessarily generalizable.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It doesn't address the concern you're talking about.
Sure. Yeah, I guess maybe stepping out of this case, I would maybe challenge y'all to continue to consider how we could come up with a process that would be acceptable to the city and private development. I mean, we have private developers build streets all over the city, and then they show that they're acceptable and they're accepted into the system with, I don't know, a set of warranties and other types of expectations. So we have private developers building things that will become public assets, and I think we have an opportunity to find efficiencies for this project or this process too. And so I would challenge y'all to continue to figure out how there might be innovative opportunities for future cases.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, do we,
Yeah, I move to schedule the public hearing for April 2nd for Z28 Hardin Road.
all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. The next is rezoning Z3623, South Saunders Street.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council members. So this case has appeared as a special item before, and we received a revised application on March 8th. However, we did not receive signed conditions or a signed application by the deadline of March 15th. So although we had been recommending a public hearing date, we will defer to you if you would like to set the public hearing based on previous conditions or have this case reappear as a special item in order to give the applicant some more time to revise their request. Let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harrison, have you had any conversations?
Yeah, I don't know if Michael's here, but my recollection, I'm just looking up my notes, is to hold open, continue the public hearing to April 2nd so that revised conditions can be submitted. Let me see if that's stated correctly. But we haven't opened it yet. Michael, are you here? No. I think the idea was to come back on April 2nd if possible, but let me clarify. So if they're still needing to add things, which I know they do, and if we set it for April 2nd, does that mean they could still do it by this Friday, right?
No, ma'am, they can't revise once you set the hearing. So if you want changes made before you set the hearing,
then you
want to defer as a special item.
Okay.
Alternately, you can make changes, the applicant can make changes after you open the public hearing if you wanted to open the hearing on April 2nd based on conditions received before March 5th. So that was I think that was the 15 stories and height specified in feet.
Mm-hmm. So could we do this? Could someone reach out to the applicant and ask him, we'll hold on this?
Yeah, and I know they're going to submit revised conditions, so let's hold it.
Well, why don't we ask them?
Okay, that's fine. I think that's what they mean in this message, but yeah.
We could reach out and we'll hold this till toward the end of the meeting. So we take a vote today.
I can go and call the applicant right now. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have appropriation from council contingency.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nick Sadler, Budget Management Services. Bringing back the council contingency items that you requested from the March 5th meeting. Mayor Baldwin, you requested $5,000 for Skate Raleigh for funding restrooms and a fence wrap, and Councilmember Fort requested $14,000 to support the Wake Blueprint to dismantle racism. So we have some information in the agenda packet for you. If Council moves forward with this appropriation of $19,000 today, a remaining balance of $53,700 would be available for appropriation throughout the rest of this year. Just a quick note of clarification. The action said $14,000, that should be $19,000, a clerical error there, and that's reflected in the budget memo that's attached. So any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, just a question about the wrapping for the skate park. Did we have an answer around any concerns with visibility or issues?
No, and I think I was actually going to recommend that we hold on the skate park to get some more information. I did read an email that went back and forth. I was more confused than I was coherent on it. So what I would recommend we do is move forward on the $14,000 thing. I'll make a motion in that regard. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Okay, that passes Councilmember Melton? Oh. No, that's 14. It's a total of 19, yeah. And then I'm going to ask that we hold on the 5, because in the email, they also asked for 7,500. I was told 5,000, but there was 7,500. I want to get some of the questions, just clarification on that, if you could bring it back to our next meeting.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, next is text change for 23 digital billboards.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Rometto with Planning and Development. Here to give you an update on the digital billboards text change. This was an item that you authorized last fall, and since then, staff has been reviewing some draft language. We've consulted with some signed industry representatives, peer jurisdictions, and are presenting here today that information along with hopefully some options to help consider how to move forward with drafting the ordinance. So the city's sign regulations have long made kind of a distinction between how strictly we regulate what we call on-premise signs versus off-premise signs. Off-premise signs is synonymous with billboards for the purposes of our conversation today. And that distinction has been made largely since outdoor advertising has really been seen as kind of a separate and distinct use of the public thoroughfares, that being the reason why they are kind of regulated more stringently and differently. And those regulations have been in place for quite some time, largely unchanged since the 80s. They were, for the most part, taken over from the old zoning ordinance into the UDO with very few changes. Those regulations have been challenged in the past in court cases and successfully upheld as well. And the rules that are in place are really aimed at addressing these impacts, mitigating primarily visual clutter and other aesthetic concerns, as well as traffic safety, distracted driving concerns as well. Other potential impacts, especially of digital billboards, could include wanting to preserve the character of residential neighborhoods, preserving property values, environmental and other light pollution considerations, the changing of regulations that would incur future costs to the city to then adopt and impose. In sum, those rules are really intended to prevent the overconcentration, improper placement, excessive height, bulk, number, area, et cetera, of billboards, whether digital or not, throughout the city. So with that in mind, the current regulations attempt to mitigate those impacts with a host of regulations that I'll just briefly sum up. Digital billboards are expressly prohibited. Static billboards are permitted, but they are limited to the IX, IH, campus, and PD zoning districts. Those latter three represent a relatively small area of the city. IH is reserved for our most intense industrial uses. Campus and planned development districts are specialized districts that property owners have to opt into as part of a planned development process. There is a substantial amount of IX throughout the city, but again, the other three are relatively limited. Off-premise signs have to be separated at least 1,000 feet from each other and at least 400 feet from any zoning districts that permit residential uses. Size is regulated on a sliding scale from 75 to 150 square feet, maximum depending on the width of the adjacent street. Height's capped at 30 feet, and again, digital and changeable copy messages are prohibited. Here's a map of where the existing signs are located today throughout the city. There's about 80 to 90 of them. As you can see, they're kind of concentrated along the South Saunders corridor and the southern part of town, and along the Capitol Boulevard and New Bern corridors in the east and northeast parts of town. This table is kind of a comparison then of those existing regulations that I just summed up compared to a industry representative submitted draft text change that would permit this type of technology. The yellow highlighted areas kind of represent where the most significant differences are. As you can see, there's a proposed expansion into the CX and DX zoning districts, corridors that would include corridors such as NC 50, Hillsborough Street, Wilmington Street, Atlantic Avenue. They did include a 1 mile separation between digital signs, 500-foot separation from historic districts, 200 feet from residential zoning. Size limit would be increased to the amount, to the size of an existing sign that's being replaced, or 672 square feet, whichever is less. Height is proposed to increase from 30 to 40 feet. And then, of course, the changeable copy and brightness regulations would have to be added to accommodate the allowance for the digital technology. So if those regulations were adopted as proposed, this map kind of shows the areas where billboards could locate if those regulations were adopted. As you can see, it's the areas in green there, represents a little over 2,000 parcels.
How many signs would that be?
It depends on whether you want to cap the overall number of signs or not. Yeah. I'll get to that.
Okay, thank you.
We did review some peer jurisdictions who have recently adopted these types of regulations, including Wilmington, Charlotte, and Wendell. And the common themes that emerged from those were requirements that regulated bulk, so size, height, dimensions, quantity in terms of either having a citywide cap on either the total number of billboards or the total number of digital billboards, or both. Requirements that in order to erect a digital sign, you have to take down an existing sign elsewhere in the city. So that several jurisdictions do have that type of requirement. Separation is common. Those are distances that are either between signs or between signs in residential zoning districts or from historic districts or some combination of those. And then obviously, again, the kind of technology-centered requirements that regulate how quickly the messages can change, what types of transitions are required, how bright the signs can be, et cetera. So before moving into some options for you to consider, just a few other considerations. Again, just wanted to point out that if the number of signs is a concern, then you would want to either require a reduction in the total number of signs throughout the city today, or at least not permit any increase in the number of signs that exist today. You may want to consider exemptions for public messaging or other types of governmental signage on these signs, and then just the kind of success and effectiveness of the current regulations that we talked about a little earlier, depending on your policy goals. So with all that in mind, we have kind of 4 options for you to help guide your discussion today. The first would be no change, so just retain the existing requirements, and digital billboards would remain prohibited. The second is to keep the existing regulatory framework in place, but allow the digital technology. So don't expand the zoning districts, don't expand or increase height, other dimensional requirements, but allow the digital technology. And as part of that, require the removal of 1 or more existing signs as a prerequisite for a permit to install a digital sign. Third option would be to allow digital billboards as proposed and accept the external industry representatives' recommendations. That would expand the zoning districts, as we looked at and adopt their kind of recommended bulk, locational separation, brightness, and other requirements. And then lastly, you could choose to adopt some but not all of those industry recommended changes. So for example, if you wanted to allow, if you were comfortable with digital billboards in CX but not DX, but you were comfortable with their other standards, you could do that. And if you had feedback as to what those modifications are, you could give that today. You could ask staff to come back with more information. You could discuss it in a committee, or you could let the ordinance go to the Planning Commission and know that they will review it in detail and make recommendations back to you on all those types of potential modifications as well. So I hope those options are helpful to you. I'm happy to try and answer any questions. I know this is not an external application for a text change, but there are representatives from the sign industry who we've been working with that are here today that, if you'd like to hear from them, can answer any questions as well.
I guess the big thing for me was looking at the number. That would be problematic for me. My initial reaction would be to send this to Planning Commission, but have them hear some of our comments, because I think there will be a few, but I could not live with the number based on what I just saw. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, thanks for this presentation. I just want to note a couple things here. If I'm reading the map correctly, what looks to be in District D, for example, currently in terms of billboards is perhaps 30 or so signs. When I look at the red dots, I could be off there. And then what is in the next map, this proposed potential map, we could have probably 400 signs, because over 2,000 divided by 5 districts, so 30 to 400. I just want to note that I'm very opposed to that. I do appreciate the option around if there is a static sign removed, a digital sign could be an option, but I still want to note that it's going to be a difference in placement, and I don't have any sense of why signs were allowed originally on Saunders versus anywhere else. But they're going to move around. I mean, I'm just thinking about my area, but I think for any of these areas, it appears to me that they could be in strikingly different places. Ultimately, what I want to know is what is the public benefit? So I know that there's been a request from a sign company around this topic, but anything we do here, I want to ensure that it is good for our residents. And I'll just go on record, I'm fairly Amish on this topic, so I don't want to see, just bright lights everywhere, and when I'm driving around, I'm like, oh God, accosted by advertisements. I mean, we are inundated by media in every element of our lives, and so I'm just going to say this is not exciting to me. But if we can clean up some old signs that perhaps, replace those with something that is not, visually concerning, that doesn't cause driver impairment, that doesn't cause aesthetic concerns to neighborhoods, then perhaps I can, get slightly with the times.
Councilmember Jones and then Fort.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I also echo the limit of the signs. That's not kind of scary thinking we're going to have that many. I know we won't, but it's just kind of jolting, so I echo that. And then in terms of public benefits, I know you meant there was a mention on there about messaging, like public messaging. If there's an opportunity to use these signs to publicize, big public meetings, then I think that could be a public benefit. But I really feel that there needs to be space for us to have the research shown to the public and the conversation. And so in addition to going to Planning Commission, I'm wondering, is this a potential to go to like Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Committee, community committee, so that we can have that discussion, residents can be present, and we can really dive deep into the benefits and the research that's been done in this field?
Well, it hasn't even gone through planning, So planning will make modifications and whatnot. So I'd rather follow the normal process, have it go through planning, then come to us. And if there's, I'm sure people will show up at that. But that's what I was hoping we could get to today, sending it to Planning Commission to start the process, share some of our concerns, because I would like to see them modify this. It's a little much. Councilmember Fort?
Yeah. I was going to ask, I guess, in some ways, a sort of similar question. I know you say you've worked with folks in the industry. Of course, this is a request. But I also know there's a contingent of folks who are pretty much anti-billboard type ordinances. And those folks who kind of stay on top of this, have you had any feedback from them, even though it's preliminary? Have you had any feedback from the folks who are kind of anti at this point?
No, but we also haven't kind of put anything out for public consumption at this point either. So we expect that in the future, as it goes through the process, we will get that feedback. And we did, while not from any specific group, we did try to include at least some research as far as the traffic and distracted driver concerns in your backup material. But as far as discussing with certain individuals or groups, no.
If I might, Councilmember Pat Young with Planning and Development. Just to add to what Justin said, just as a reminder, this is council initiated this and asked staff to initiate it. So if you all want to direct a supplemental engagement process outside of the traditional approach of the Planning Commission and Council, we stand ready to receive that. But what we had just intent, since you all initiated it, we were going to get your feedback, draft it, bring it to Planning Commission, and then it would come to you all.
Yeah, I think it was Councilmember Branch who initiated this. I think I kind of said all along that I would support replacing existing signs. I wasn't expecting this, so I don't know. I saw Councilmember Black and then Councilmember Patton's hands raised.
Cool. So I didn't see anything, and I might have missed it, about limiting the number of signs. Is there a recommendation that's coming along with this proposal for that?
So it wasn't clear to staff from the draft ordinance we received. In discussions with the industry representatives, it's our understanding that they're amenable to limiting the overall number of signs. And so what that might look like is that what you see on this map gets adopted in terms of areas where signs can be, but you also say there's 85 signs in the city today, and going forward there will be no more than 85 signs. And so those 85 signs can then be spread out in more areas throughout the city, but there will never be more than that. But it would also allow for the digital technology. That's one option.
Okay.
That's what I'd like the Planning Commission to look at in more depth.
A part of that, with these maps, I see they're along like major corridors, and I'm assuming, I don't think they're highways, but major corridors. I would love to see maps that are like reflective of like also like neighborhoods that they're around and the proximities to that as well. I'm really only familiar with that little top portion in District A. And I'm thinking about how that would look along that corridor. So I'd want to see a map come back that kind of reflects like neighborhoods that could potentially be impacted. And then the last thing I had a question around is, and I know this is like kind of the conversation that we're having, but replacing existing signs versus putting in new signs. With putting in new signs, would that have like issues or connections to tree conservation or disrupting like natural spaces?
Well, they wouldn't be permitted to locate in existing tree conservation areas.
But they could potentially like clear cut space to like put a sign.
The existing rules that we have is in terms of tree conservation, clear cutting, that sort of thing would continue to apply.
Can you remind me what the rules would be in this case?
It depends on the parcel that they're being placed on, but generally you either, as part of a development plan, record tree conservation areas from 10 to 15% of the site, Or if you're not developing the site and just want to kind of clear it for future development, then you have to kind of record a perimeter buffer of tree conservation around the site before you do so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Patton.
Hi. I have a lot of thoughts and opinions, but I do have one real question. Can you go to the chart with the two proposals? It says that the current sign ordinance is 150 square feet in certain scenarios and 75 in other scenarios. And as we deliberated on this, I was thinking about the signs that I am exposed to using the Capitol corridor, which is my main corridor. And my question is, are there existing non-conforming signs?
Yes.
There are?
Yes.
Okay, so some of the ones on Capitol might be this 672 square feet already, currently.
Could be. Yeah, I'm not sure where that number came from, but I think it's safe to say that there are non-conforming signs out there that exist in terms of size.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that was my one real question. I'm not sure I'm ever gonna get to a place of comfort on this one. I think I'm reminded that we cannot regulate the content of the signs for First Amendment reasons. So things like alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, we cannot prevent them from being on those signs. And I think about that all of the media and messaging that my child is exposed to, and all the children across our city. And I don't know that it's incumbent upon us to make it any easier for that to happen. So I don't know that I'm ever going to get to a place of comfort with this, but some things that would move it forward and make it better, I think, are not including CX and DX, taking those districts, continuing to leave them out, continuing to leave out those additional corridors, and then continuing to leave the height at 30 feet, and then taking a second look at the 200 feet from residential zoning on the same side of the street. When I saw those two things in tandem, I thought about this section of Atlantic Avenue where the construction is, and on one side there's what I assume is industrial zoning. There's like a ballet studio and stuff, and on the other side there's naturally occurring affordable housing duplexes, and they're on the opposite side of the street. So this type of condition would mean that they could have a billboard like right across the street from their house in a way that I think is not, and when we consider what types of scenarios that exist in, we're likely to be vulnerable communities there. So I think something more restrictive than 200 feet from our zoning on the same side of the street is something more restrictive than that would be necessary. And then in addition, adding an exclamation mark to the limit of the total number of signs, or a provision that if you put up one digital sign, you have to take down a commensurate number of static signs, so that we ultimately are ending up with less. So, Anyway.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. I'm interested to see what the Planning Commission thinks and the public, once we move this forward, of the options that were on the slide. I like the one about keeping the existing regulatory framework, allowing digital billboards, but we're requiring the removal of existing signs as a prerequisite for the digital signs. So basically just keeping the signs that we have, but if they want to upgrade them to a digital sign, that would be fine with me. I would also like to see some provision about allowing emergency communications or public service messages to be displayed, like if there's an Amber Alert or community meeting or something where we need to get a public good out to as many people as possible. I think that could be a real benefit. So that's where I'm at on it, but I'm interested to see how it evolves throughout the process.
I concur with what you just said. I think this could have community benefits in the sense that we could use it to get the word about community meetings and events going on, whatnot, if that were part of the agreement. And that's something I would like to see as part of that, so to ensure there is some type of benefit. Councilmember Harrison.
I think I'd like to add, if this goes to Planning Commission, I'd like them to think about geographic distributional impacts. So what I see in our current allowance is certain areas of town have a ton of signs and other areas have no signs. And that doesn't seem right to me. And again, I don't know the history of why that is. But then I see some of these proposed areas.
Growth. The way we've, compared to when the original rules were made to now, the city has grown exponentially. And so that's why you see them in these corridors and not in others.
Corridors?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's also some new proposed areas. I'll just say again, for example, in District D on Hillsborough Street, I don't know that I'd want to see these, around our campuses unless they had a public benefit, like telling everybody, here's how you take the bus downtown. That's great. But I don't know that you need to tell me what kind of shoes to buy. And so I just want us to think or ask, I guess, Planning Commission to consider how could we provide some guidance on where these are going to go so they don't end up being placed in some, ultimately it'll be the most profitable locations. And so that is not what is necessarily the most public benefits. I would just want us to, again, hone in on how we as a city would want to see these signs.
Do you need a vote on sending this to Planning Commission?
If you want to give specific direction, yes, but you've already authorized the text change. And if you're okay with us taking your recommendations to Planning Commission and just going through the process, then I don't think you need to vote.
Okay. And then you can share the discussion.
Absolutely.
What was said, but I'd also like to hear from them and their thoughts. They might have some interesting ideas too. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have the Omnibus Text Change Program.
Good afternoon. Keegan McDonald, I'm with Planning and Development. I'll be presenting on the Omnibus Text Change list for 2024.
I'm sorry, could I interrupt just 1 second? There's an additional thing I just want to mention when looking at these digital signs. Right now, we have a sign outside PNC Arena that is on DOT land that you really can't see what's happening at PNC Arena. Could we ask, if everybody's okay with this, ask Planning Commission to maybe look at that area, because that could benefit from signage. People know what's coming up. They might want to buy tickets, they might want to attend, whatever. And there's really, it's a very poor way of communicating that.
Sure. Yeah, we'll include that in the Planning Commission discussion.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Not a problem at all. So a little bit of background. The Omnibus Text Change Program was first implemented in 2021. So I believe this group has seen one of these before back in the previous year. Staff really utilizes this program to address typically minor issues within the Unified Development Ordinance. And we are able to kind of batch those corrections into a single ordinance to help expedite the correction process and to create kind of an efficiency there. And so these issues arise due to a variety of reasons. There may be recent text changes that amended the code and we didn't quite get the language right, or we realize that it needs to be amended a little bit further to be made more clear. Sometimes there's unique situations that arise during the development process where the code doesn't quite fit the situation that's arisen. And other times, again, the language just might be unclear or imprecise and can use some updating. So ultimately, the review, approval, and authorization of the Omnibus text change rests with the City Council. And so this is really that first step in the process where we are presenting the initial list to you all and for your initial consideration, and then potentially moving it to a committee. So I'll describe that process towards the end of the presentation. And generally speaking, Omnibus items fit one or more of the following selection criteria. So the first being that the item is low effort. The correction is confined to just a few sections of the code, and the solution is readily identifiable and or implementable. The second being that it is low impact, so it doesn't really represent a significant policy shift or a departure from past practice or interpretation. It kind of aligns with how we have been applying something that may be imprecise or unclear today. And the third criteria is that it is high priority. So the omnibus item is something that comes up frequently during the review process. We've been asked questions about it repeatedly, and so there's a desire to get it fixed to hopefully make things move smoother through the review process and for our customers. So this omnibus list contains 27 items broken out into the following 4 categories. And so I'll just describe each of these briefly, and on the right-hand side, you'll see some examples from the current list that fit this particular category. So as far as clarification, these are really the classic omnibus items. We're better defining when and how the code applies. We're refining some language, correcting a typo or an organizational error. So very, very minor changes. I will note with the typos item, you'll see that we kind of batch those all into one item, just given how relatively minor and concentrated to just one sentence or word in the code they are. So you'll see those listed out, but grouped under one item. Regulatory, so these are somewhat more substantive, but represent a relatively low impact to existing policy. When we're recommending these changes, again, they either align with sort of our interpretation or what we believe the intent of the code was all along, and we're just trying to get that language to sync up properly. The third bucket is legal, so this comes about pretty regularly. There's a lot of direction within the general statutes that describes how certain processes should play out, and our UDO often mirrors or contains similar language, so we try to ensure that those are matching to the best degree possible, because of course, in many cases, the state law language will supersede, and we don't want to create confusion, so we often seek to as state law changes, make sure that alignment is in place. And then the last is process. There's a lot of process-oriented information in the UDO. We kind of call out the approval process for rezonings, text changes, variances, et cetera. And we wanted to ensure that those processes are, again, as clear as they can be, providing some consistency to both staff and the general public. As far as recommendations and next steps, the first kind of phase here after this initial introduction is to move this initial set of omnibus items to a committee for further discussion. And of course, what committee is at the discretion of the council. The previous committee chosen was Growth and Natural Resources. At committee, staff will present on each of the items, and then that committee can choose to recommend the item's authorization or denial. The committee may also choose, of course, to hold that item for some further discussion, or if they need additional information from staff, we're happy to provide that and go into a little further detail, even including providing you with exact ordinance language if that's what's needed to get to a level of comfort. Once that review is complete in the committee, there will be a report and recommendation to the full council, who may vote to authorize the omnibus text change either in part or in whole, or of course, take no action. And once the omnibus text change package is authorized, staff will work on drafting an ordinance to address all of the approved items, and we'll carry it through the normal text change process that you're accustomed to. I did want to call out one item just for special consideration. That's item number 21 in the backup materials related to white flag shelters. So some of you may be familiar with this concept. White flag shelters has been increased interest over the past several years. They are a type of emergency shelter that only operates intermittently, typically from the late fall to early spring when temperatures drop below a certain threshold, giving people a place and refuge during those kind of cold weather days. And right now, our code really only contemplates permanent emergency shelters, and so they're pretty limited in terms of where they can be located. There's spacing requirements, how far shelters can be from one another. They also require going through a special use permit process, which can be time intensive and costly, especially if you need to bring on an attorney. And we have seen those come up at the Board of Adjustment within the past few years. And so our proposed solution on this item is to allow these white flag shelters as a temporary and or accessory use. So temporary uses, we already classify those in the code today. They operate, as the name implies, for just a specific period of time. Typically, once that expires, someone would need to come and reapply for the temporary use permit to then reinstate it. And the other is accessory use. And so accessory uses are actually not all specifically defined in the code, but we would define this particular use. And what that means is if you have a separate principal use on the property, let's say a church or a civic use, they could set up a shelter as a kind of companion to that principal use on the site. And again, we would include standards for both, depending on what the operation is. Just the reason for that distinction is there may be sites that are suitable for emergency shelter, or excuse me, a white flag shelter that don't have a principal use operating today. So that's why we're trying to create both options depending on what's going on the site. So as far as this item is concerned, just given the potential interest and need, the council may wish to authorize this item separately from the other omnibus items, either today or after it's discussed a little bit more in committee. And the reason we're recommending that is just because the entire omnibus package takes a while to draft and go through the process. So if it's authorized separately, it'll be pulled out as an entirely separate ordinance, so we can hopefully expedite that. And the idea would be to, if the council wishes, get it approved before the winter months to kind of create an easier process for folks. And if it would still proceed through the normal process, just kind of as an independent item. So we just wanted to call that out for your attention. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Does staff have a specific timeline for this?
In terms of the white flag shelter item?
No, just in general.
In general, we would move as quickly as we could on the entire package. So whenever the committee is willing to meet, we'd be ready by that date.
Could you go back to the categories, and Councilmember Fort, I'll get right with you.
Sure.
This more specific, like categories?
Sorry, which slide work?
Keep going forward.
This way? Sorry, just trying to make sure I'm tracking correctly.
There?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I was looking for.
Okay.
Spaces, okay. Were those the only two?
There's also the legal kind of category, and then the last one is process.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Fort?
Certainly would want to pull out the white flag shelter process and move that along as quickly as possible. So if that requires a motion, I'd make that motion. But I do have a question about that. I know that you indicated generally white flag is used for temperature-related issues, but they're also related for seasonal issues like hurricanes and stuff as well, correct? Or is that
We could certainly investigate that. The ones we've seen that have come through the Board of Adjustment have specifically been related to cold weather, and I think they've been conditioned on that in terms of the temperature drops below a certain threshold. That's when they're open, and then they close down once the temperature exceeds that mark. But we could certainly evaluate other options.
Okay, because I think there are a couple, not a lot, but a few that tend to operate during other inclement weather, not just temperature issues. And so if they could bring that back to us as well. But if I need to make a motion about the white flag portion, I'm ready to do that, unless folks have other questions about that particular piece.
Yeah, the other thing is not just cold weather, it's hot weather. And as we see climate change impacting our community, there are much more hotter days too. And I mean, having people outside in that weather, in addition to what you said. So I think we need to look at that in more detail, but please make the motion.
So it would be my motion to pull out the provisions as it relates to white flag shelters and have that move separately through the process.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. So from Councilmember Patton.
Separate from white flag, I know the whole omnibus package is meant to be sort of tidy up items and clarifications. The typos felt very much like minutia, and I was wondering if we can is it even legal for us to empower you all to fix the typos without even coming through the omnibus process?
I would defer to the city attorney. My understanding is any text change does require some level of authorization. I think in terms of whether or not we were to move to a committee versus just go to planning commission, that is a kind of change that could be made. But obviously, entirely rests with you all, and I'll just let the city attorney weigh in if there's any other comments to be had.
Even typos, that we can't give them the authority to fix the typos.
We could look into that, maybe use it as a Scrivener's error. So that might be an option we could look at.
We had that happen before, and we had to go through the process again. Some typo, mistake. It's like, no, we had to go all through the process.
But maybe piggybacking on that is whether the council could give us the authority through some type of Scrivener's error so that for typos and things like that.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
we'll look
maybe
at that.
just provide us some extra information, manager's update or something.
Okay. Is there a consensus about sending this to PC, to Planning Commission to start this process? Or, okay, all right.
I move to refer the text changes to Planning Commission.
Do you have a second? Second by Councilmember Patton. All in favor?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to make sure so we're clear on our end. Would this move the entire list directly to Planning Commission without a committee review?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay.
So moved.
And seconded by Councilmember Patton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have resolution of intent, changes to council terms, and implement a nonpartisan primary and election. And what we're being asked to do is set the public hearing.
And adopt the resolution. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Janie Richardson with the City Attorney's Office. I'm here to present the resolution of intent to consider 4-year staggered terms and to change the city's election method to the nonpartisan primary and election method, together with providing some optional timelines for future council actions. So the resolution that you all have is for 4-year terms for mayor and city council members, staggered terms with the groups being staggered as shown on the slide, changing to nonpartisan primary and election method, and with 2026 implementation, together with scheduling the public hearing for April 2nd at 7 p.m. And also included in that resolution is the note about council being required to decide which one of those groups, group 1 or 2, would have 2-year terms in 2026 versus 4-year terms. So if you adopt the resolution today, that would be the first step in the 3-meeting process. And together with adopting the resolution, you would be calling for the public hearing, which would be the second meeting. And the second meeting has to be held within 45 days of adopting the resolution. So I wanted to go through a few timelines with you all for that. So if you call the public hearing for the next meeting on April 2nd, you could adopt the ordinance on April 16th. You could also wait. One thing to note is there is a 60-day time frame that you have to hold the third council action after the public hearing. So technically, in this scenario, you wouldn't have to adopt the ordinance until May 21st. That's your last regularly scheduled meeting before the 60-day time frame runs out. You could also hold the public hearing on April 16th. That would be a 1 p.m. public hearing. And that's your last regularly scheduled public hearing before the 45-day time frame runs out. But you could always call a special meeting, or you could hold it during your public comment session in April as well. That's another option of an established meeting in that 45-day time frame. Then you could adopt the ordinance after that on May 7th, or as late as June 4th. Before ending my presentation, I wanted to note that we did reach out to firms regarding the redistricting services that were discussed at the last meeting relating to adding seats. We received quotes, preliminary quotes, very rough quotes, between $20,000 and $60,000. That depended on the number of maps they were going to prepare, the amount of public engagement they were going to be asked to participate, how many meetings they would need to come to, and any challenges that the census blocks would create in making the new maps. If you all want to proceed with us obtaining more solid numbers, we'd have to go through the RFP process, and we'd welcome any feedback you want to provide us so we could get you the most accurate solicitation responses for that. Also, I wanted to note that there was discussion at the last meeting about not adding the additional council seats until 2028. So at that time, if the 4-year terms pass, there's already going to be at least 2 district council members who are going to be in 4-year terms at that point. So we'd have to think about including a criteria in the remapping to keep those council members in those seats and to not be redistricted out of them at that point. And also just to note that some residents would then have they could be redistricted into those 4-year districts without having voted on that council member, and then not be able to vote on their council member again until 2030. And there's also the option that the possibility that some residents would be redistricted out of the districts as well and have to vote again on a new council member in 2028. And then one last thing, the census will happen again in 2030, and at that point we'll also, per the statutes, have to look at our districts again to make sure that we don't have to redistrict to be in compliance with the new census numbers. And so that was all I had for my presentation, but I'm here to answer any questions you all have about the resolution and to receive any feedback on the potential RFP.
Could you say again the date, that public hearing dates?
Yeah. So right now, the resolution has April 2nd, which is a 7 p.m. public hearing. The other option would be April 16th, within that 45-day time frame if you adopt the resolution today. That would be a 1 p.m. meeting. The other option could be if you want to hold the public hearing during your public comment session in April, that would fall within the 45-day time frame, or you could call a special meeting.
Councilmember Patton.
Just a couple clarifications. Want to make sure I'm understanding. So today, do we have to decide if it'll be referendum or if we make the changes through council action?
No, you wouldn't decide that until your third meeting.
Until the third meeting. Okay, so we don't have to decide that today. Got it. And you brought us one resolution based on the direction we gave last week to do the 4-year staggered terms. You did not bring us a resolution on expanding the council size. Is it too late for us to do that?
No, it's not. I do have a resolution prepared if you all want to review that to add additional council seats. I thought that might be something that you all might have wanted to consider. And so if you want to see that, I can certainly hand that out.
Awesome.
It would be, and it would be a separate resolution from the one
Two
with
resolutions.
the 4-year staggered terms and election method.
Cool. And for that one, if we choose to expand the council size, we would have to tell you today whether they're district seats or at-large seats.
Yeah, the statutes say that we have to it briefly but completely describe the changes in the resolution. And so it's our opinion that you would have to at least determine whether or not they're districts or at-large.
Cool. But we wouldn't have to describe I know there's been some conversation around a downtown district versus pizza slice districts.
Right, that wouldn't happen until either you hold the referendum and then we go through the remapping, or you all adopt the ordinance and then we go through the remapping. But yeah, the size and shape doesn't need to be described in the resolution or the ordinance.
So could I ask a follow-up question too to something you said? You said that last time there was direction to start in 2028.
I think there was conversation about perhaps not adding the seats until 2028.
So some of the concerns were some people might be districted out, some people might not to vote for their district representative until 2030. Is that 2028 number, like, is 2026 an option?
Yes, 2026 is certainly an option with a resolution passed today or otherwise.
because I think that could cause a lot of consternation amongst people. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and move forward with these changes. We've talked about them a lot. With the 4-year staggered primary, we should go ahead and set that, I believe. We don't vote till the third meeting about whether it's a council decision or ballot referendum. We've talked a lot about it being on the ballot. We still have that as the option, but let's get the public hearing going for adding council seats. After hearing all the concern and confusion about if we did in 28, how it would be staggering people in weird ways, I think if we're doing that, we should do it for 26. And if you have something that you want us to look at, if you could hand that out, I think that would be helpful too. But I'll go ahead and make the motion to start the process on the term size and structure, if I can figure out what I'm supposed to say. I move to adopt the proposed resolution on the.
When do you want the public hearing?
This is what I'm trying to pull up.
I have a copy of that resolution too, if you want it.
Sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at once. The first one for the 26 implementation, it looks like the options for the public hearing are the 16th or the April 2nd. I think it should be an evening meeting. So I would do it April 2nd.
Agree. Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Just a four-year term, setting the public hearing April 2nd.
We're setting the public hearing for April 2nd for the 4-year term part of it.
With the primary.
Okay, in the primary. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous.
Clarify again. On the 4-year staggered with the primary, we do the public hearing and then we vote on whether we're going to make it a ballot referendum or charter amendment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I know everyone's still reviewing, but at the appropriate time, I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution to add 3 council districts with a public hearing also on April 2nd. I wonder if you gave us that.
It's the wrong one.
Yes, this is.
'Cause
Is
I'm
it the
keep
one
reading it,
for-
yes, I'm like, I think we just did this one.
Yeah.
That's why I was very confused.
There you go, sorry.
Can we?
And then on the size of council, I will vote to set this public hearing and add the 3 district seats. I have heard the concern that our districts are too large. I will say though, and I do think it's worth noting, that in this agenda backup material, when you look at what the other cities do, we have 2 at-large council members now, 5 district council members. That's like a 60-40 split. Charlotte has 7 district, 4 at-large, 60-40 split. Greensboro has 5 district, 3 at-large, 60-40 split. Durham has 3 districts, 3 at-large, 50-50 split. If we add 3 district members, we're going to have more district than at-large, which is not what our peer cities do. So I am flagging that, but I do think it's worth. I feel like the consensus is there. I do agree that our districts are too large. I would at the very least like to preserve our 2 at-large seats, and I'm fine with putting this to public hearing. But I will say, for all the conversation on council size and whether they should be district or at-large seats, our peer cities are keeping a moderate balance between district and at-large, and we will be off balance if we add 3 districts. And I did want to just flag that.
So I'm going to make a suggestion. This is just going to public hearing.
Right.
I would like to see some options offered because I think there's a lot of differing opinions on this. I can't support just 3 district seats. I want to see, after talking to mayors in other cities, I'm looking for that balance. I would support 2 more district seats and an at-large seat, because I think that balance is important, and I think having access to run on a citywide basis is important as well, and we may be cutting people out of the process. So if we could bring 2 options forward, City Attorney, I don't know if that's possible for a public hearing. Can you bring 2 options forward?
For the public hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
So, Councilmember Patton and all, would you consider offering both options so we could get feedback from the public?
Well, I'm just confused. I mean, the resolution I'm reading just mentions 11 council members. It's not even specifying. And I'm willing to compromise if we can keep the 2 at large, if we can get a downtown district. We can just, I'm trying to figure out if the first step is just expanding to 11 and then we figure out how that gets allocated, or if we actually have to be more prescriptive in this resolution.
My understanding was we had to set the allocation.
So you have to decide whether or not they're going to be district or at large
okay.
within the resolution. You can adopt 2 conflicting resolutions at the same time, one to add 2 district council members and one to add 1 at large, and then set the public hearing, hear them both, and then at the 3rd meeting decide which one you're going to adopt the ordinance for. And we can certainly get the resolution drafted and prepared, and you all can vote on it.
I just want to add, we did a lot of engagement on this, and the public was in support of district seats. I
One
was
district seat.
fine. I was just calling out that we do have the agenda back up, and most of our peer cities have a balance. But I also we've talked this to death, and I would like to just get some action on it. I wanted to flag that I maintain that having a balance would be good, but I also understand that the consensus seems to be district seats, and if there's a way we can get a downtown district, that may be helpful. And I would like to just get this across the finish line, and so I'm willing to be reasonable and compromise. I just wanted to point out all the work that the Attorney's Office did to gather this data for us.
Mayor and Council, one of the things that Ms. Richardson and I talked about as well is you could not start the formal process as it relates to the district option and just simply have a public hearing to hear from the public. Then based on what you hear from the public, you could start the formal process for the district/at-large mix. It means people get 2 bites at the apple, but that might be less confusing in terms of which way you want to go. Mayor Pro Tem is shaking
I
his
think
head.
holding like an informal public hearing and then doing this all over again is just like complicating and overburdening a conversation we've been having for a really long time. And so I understand there's not unanimity on this, and there might not be. I'm going to go ahead and restate my motion to adopt this resolution, adding 3 district members with a public hearing on April 2nd.
Second.
All in favor? I'm opposed. Thank you. All right, thank you to the Attorney's Office. I know a lot of hard work went into this.
And so for that, with the RFP for the redistricting services, we'll just hold off on that until after the public hearing. Is that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I flag one more thing? When it comes back for the 3rd reading, and when we make the final vote on adding, we will need some guidance on the budgetary impacts of adding 3 council members. I was thinking about policy analysts and obviously paying council members and office space and all those things. So we may need to have some guidance on that whenever the 3rd reading comes around.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Municipal Service District, Blue Ridge Road Corridor.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Sadia Sattar with Budget and Management Services, revisiting the proposed municipal service district for the Blue Ridge Road Corridor. On the agenda for you this afternoon is a background of why we are here today. We were also instructed by City Council to bring a revised feasibility report, especially taking into account folks that are renters as well as condo owners in the district. So we've got some further information there that we'd like to share with you all. We've also got Jeff Morrison here from the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance to talk to you all about the services offered should this MSD be created. And then the last time we met, you had given us an action item, which was to conduct further public engagement around the MSD. We've done that. So the Office of Community Engagement will also be presenting on what they heard as part of the listening sessions, as well as what they heard from folks in the district when they conducted a survey. And then last but not least, we will be going over some timeline and next steps for the creation of the MSD. So to start, this is our third meeting on the Blue Ridge MSD. We started this conversation back in November last year. We met with you all the last time during February 6th City Council meeting, and you asked us to go back, really isolating the residential parcels within the proposed MSD boundary. Your concerns around owners and renters currently residing within those boundaries is what we took to heart, and we revised the feasibility report that is attached to your backup items, keeping that in mind. You also wanted further clarity around the services being proposed in the MSD. So as I mentioned, we have representatives from the BRCA to speak to you all about this. And then again, you wanted us to pursue some further public engagement opportunities, which the Office of Community Engagement did. So this map should be familiar to you all, but what you will see that has changed in the table is the number of residential parcels. So the last time we spoke on February 6th, we outlined two single-family homes. We took to heart, like I said, your concerns around, condo owners that would be impacted through the creation of the MSD, as well as renters. So we've gone back and we've identified about 274 plus 2 residential homes, so about 276 residential parcels. That includes individually owned condos as well. And then again, we wanted to show you the residential impact, the overall residential impact in the proposed MSD as well. So we wanted to outline the total number of apartments, student housing units, nursing home units, as well as, like I said, individually owned condos and residential homes in the Blue Ridge MSD. So that brings us about to just a little bit over, or just a tad bit under 1,800 units, with a total assessed value of, you'll say, $1.5 billion. So here's a revised map, and by revised I mean that the boundary stays the same. However, we are now including single-family residential as well as condominiums and townhomes and apartments. So you will see in the map within the Blue Ridge boundary that is here outlined in red that we do have some residential properties in blue, some residential condominium properties, which you'll see in your bottom right in that teal color. You'll also see some townhomes as well, and then the green properties are mostly commercial or apartments. So now that we've seen what the different properties are, we also wanted to share with City Council that should you decide to move forward with the proposed MSD for the Blue Ridge Corridor, there obviously City Council can adopt different tax rates. So here is the revenue that could be generated with the different tax levy. So we, if you remember last time that we met, proposed a tax rate of about 3.02 cents. To come to that $900,000, Wake County is still undergoing their assessments, so there's been tons of appeals. There's also been changes to total assessments and taxable values. So given that in mind, our revised report as of March of 2024 says that The current or the new tax rate would be about 2.83 cents, which would generate that $900,000 for the Blue Ridge MSD. That, if you recall, was the incremental tax revenue in the line item budget that they presented the last time they were here. So I'm now going to pass it off to Jeff Morrison and the BRCA to talk about the services.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. First of all, Jeff Murison, Executive Director of the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance. Forgive me, the pollen is really affecting me today, so if I'm a mess, I apologize. And I do want to take a moment.
You're not the first person to say that today.
I can imagine. And I do want to put my other hat on and take one moment and give a big thank you to all the Wolfpack fans and Raleigh Police Department and Campus Police that came out Saturday night to celebrate, but did it safely and responsibly. It was great to see everybody out celebrating, but doing it very safely. And there was only a moderate amount of trash afterwards. And so I also want to give a big thank you to our ambassadors who came out Sunday morning and cleaned up the community by noon, and it looked great, and we got a lot of compliments from our merchants afterwards. So go Wolfpack. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, Marcia.
Sorry for the counselors who have other alliances. It was nice talking to you. I'll be going now. Dr. Levin couldn't be here today, but we do have Jeff Hastings, owner of Burke Brothers Hardware and the vice chair of the board, and Jean Bressler, former assistant dean, I believe, at the College of Design, board member and resident in the community. The Alliance continues to meet, listen, and learn from all of our stakeholders. That process has been helpful. We learn from those conversations and continue to move forward. We believe that, actually, I should pass these around. I apologize. We believe this part, West Raleigh, is an exceedingly complex part of our city as a result of all the major stakeholders, the millions of people who come there every year, the diversity of the destinations, such as the Art Museum and the State Fairgrounds, the Prairie Ridge Eco Center, the stadiums, and plus all the interests of the city, county, and state. In the past 5 years, there's been extraordinary explosion of development, both from the public sector and the private sector. There's many city, county, and state projects underway, and there's dozens of private sector developments. After many years of advocating for more places for people to live in the community, there are now more apartment buildings, with at least 6 more in the planning and construction pipeline. The good news is that they bring much needed housing. The challenge is that they bring many needs. There's currently a number of office and mixed-use properties that are under construction and in the planning process. And of course, there are those 3 transformational projects that have been added or are in the pipeline. The Bandwidth's amazing new campus and 1,000 new employees. The Department of Health and Human Services new campus, which should have about 6,000 employees when it's completed. And the redevelopment of the PNC Arena and property, which is likely to interject $1 billion of new development in the heart of the community. Those projects have awakened a ton of interest in our community, and that's wonderful. But they have also awakened a ton of interest by other stakeholders, questions about traffic, safety, and conflicting uses. For example, we recently met with a major property owner who was thinking about their master plan for their campus and joined the Alliance to help network and find out how their property is going to be impacted by what other folks are doing. We just met with the Prairie Ridge Eco Center, and they're building a new facility that they're just about completed getting funding for. But they're across the street from Bandwidth, they're next to PNC, and they're very interested in how that's all going to impact their Eco Center. All of that and more is currently requiring significant work to bring all those stakeholders together to build trust, cooperation, and collaboration. And more importantly, with each month, that's only going to increase. We believe it's only going to get more complex. And so we believe that creating a municipal service district today, as painful as it is to create and add a new tax, will have added value in the future as this part of the city continues to grow. So based on your questions and some of the feedback we've been getting from the community, we've created this flyer to help boil it down and simplify it. The front page illustrates who we are now, a volunteer contribution organization, and what we'd like to become as we transition to an organization managing the MSD funds. In addition, as that goes on, the Blue Ridge Alliance's board has already started to think about how it will need to evolve to represent the diverse stakeholders in an MSD. And so the executive committee has reviewed and will be presenting in April a proposal for consideration, if this moves forward, about how to readjust the board makeup. And so we borrowed a concept from Hillsborough Street, which once was created, we broke that district down conceptually into 3 zones to make sure that there was representation geographically, and then we structured the board to make sure that there was representations from merchants, property owners, and residents all throughout that corridor. So you see in there as an attachment an illustration of a way we could, in the bylaws, amend or in the bylaws illustrate that the district would have 3 zones, and that from each of those areas there would be a property owner, a merchant, and a renter, as well as the institutional stakeholders and representatives from the neighborhoods adjacent to the community. The second page outlines as specific as possible, examples of things that we would do in the first, second, and third year under the primary topics of welcoming, beautiful, clean, and safe, economic development and planning, communications, and marketing. So some of these are huge undertakings, such as initiating, in partnership with the city's planning department, a refresh to the Blue Ridge Corridor Plan that was completed a decade ago, as a lot of changes have happened since then. And so the MSD funds could be used to pay for that. Much like the Downtown Raleigh Alliance created a downtown plan, and we could create, through an engaged community process, the West Raleigh vision and refresh it regularly. We can also take over the landscaping of the boulevards on Blue Ridge Road and Edwards Mill Road that consistently have overgrown weeds and make sure they look their best year in, year out. We can take the list of apartment buildings that we currently have and engage with the managers to hold rotating meet and greets with the tenants to answer questions and get feedback. We can build on an interactive, user-friendly website, much like DRA and Hillsborough Street have, to promote the area, its businesses, apartment buildings, and neighborhoods. We can advocate and encourage affordable housing solutions that meet our goal of 20% 60 AMI. For a decade, we've been advocating for the redevelopment of the Kmart property and encouraging a transit center and affordable housing there. So all that takes time and energy. Those are big things, but there's also an opportunity to work on the little things, the things that frequently go unnoticed, but have significant benefit to everybody, the residents who live there, people who visit there, and folks that work in that region, such as removing graffiti, reporting to Duke burned out streetlights, knowing who to call at the city to get things fixed and replaced quickly, or working on getting bus shelters, trash cans, bike share stations, and other things and amenities that make a community feel welcoming, safe, and complete. The third page lists examples of tangible things that we are committed to doing: supporting small businesses and promoting women and minority-owned businesses, creating bike and pedestrian-friendly communities, and supporting and bringing together the tourism attractions in the community. So we do all of that. We recommend the MSD rate of 3 cents, although we see now that it can actually be lowered to just under 3. So as way of comparison, the Hillsborough Street MSD rate, of course I lost my place here. For example, Hillsborough Street's current rate is 15 cents and DRA is 8 cents. So we believe that 2 to 3 cents is a very modest assessment and would generate about the $900,000 a year. We've also anticipate that non-taxable properties will continue to make their voluntary contributions, but we've heard from the community in those listening sessions that it's important for the board to work hard to get those nonprofit or non-taxable properties to continue to increase their contribution. We've also heard about the question about apartment buildings. And so as way of background, we did research on other major cities in North Carolina and their MSD districts. So in Durham's MSD district, they have 4,700 apartment units with 2,300 under construction. Winston-Salem's got 1,100. Chapel Hill's got 29. Of course, Charlotte has over 9,000. And in both Hillsborough Street and DRA, they each have over 8,000 apartment units in their MSD districts. We also believe that condos should be included, and that's consistent in that both DRA and Hillsborough Street have condos in their MSD districts. So we're here today. We've also been asked how much of that $900,000 would come from the apartment buildings. We've calculated that. So of that $900,000, about 45% of that is generated from the apartment buildings. By way of comparison, in Hillsborough Street District, about 75% of the MSD revenue comes from apartment buildings in the MSD on Hillsborough Street. Attached in that handout is a chart showing the apartment buildings that are in the proposed district. It illustrates that even if the entire MSD assessment were passed on to tenants, and we believe that the market determines rental rates, not just cost, but even if it was passed on per unit, not bed, but per unit, it's between $3 and $8 for the most part in a month in that district. So that's $3 to $8 per unit per month. And of course, if there's more than one tenant, more than one person in a unit, then that goes down. We've talked a lot about that in the office. Most of our team members are renters, and they talk about their experience going to renew and how they're shocked when they discover that to renew their lease, it's $100 more a month, $1,100, $1,200 a year. And so we've, tried to balance that. And so, and yet we believe that $50 to $100 a year for the MSD is fairly minimal in comparison to the benefit of the value add that the services would provide. The real issue that's driving rent rates is supply and demand, the lack of supply. The vast majority of the apartment buildings in that district have a vacancy rate that's under 10%. They're 3, 4, 5% vacant. As I said earlier, we're committed to having renters on our board. We've met with many of the developers of the apartment buildings, all of who want the insights into the community that we provide, our help with the planning of the project. But when we ask for voluntary contributions, they nearly have all declined. So we, of course, welcome board members from those buildings and have invited them to be part of our residential committee. To finish up, we believe that an MSD has two major policy advantages. It creates sustainable revenue that can be used for building programs that are required for ongoing support year after year to have an impact. That sustainable revenue allows us to do the planning and provide the services consistently over time. And it's also more equitable than the voluntary contributions like our current structure where only the willing can contribute. It generates the revenue from all of the taxable properties. So in conclusion, we believe that the area is a very complex area with major needs now and increasing needs in the future as it continues to evolve. We believe in thoughtful development that adds value to the existing stakeholders and neighborhoods. And to get that, it takes engagement and cooperation, planning and coordination. And we believe an MSD is the appropriate and fair way to fund a community group like the Alliance to be able to provide that wide range of activities required to make it a healthy, sustainable community. And so we're here today to ask for you to move forward and with the process of creating an MSD for the West Raleigh by scheduling a public meeting so that you can hear from more of the stakeholders. And of course, I'm always happy to answer questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Jeff? No, Jeff, I just have one comment. In year two, bless you. In year two, you have plan, advocate, and coordinate transportation system improvements. I think that needs to move to year one. That's going to be our biggest challenge on that corridor. And when you start looking at what is happening with DHHS and then the second phase of DHHS, which nobody has even mentioned yet, we have upwards of 4,000 people using that line. And as we look at rail and how that might, like, we're talking years out, but we really have to start focusing on that. And I guess I'm talking to David Eatman and our team as well, looking at how we can use bus service to better accommodate need on that corridor.
Completely agree. We have a high functioning, thanks to the city, our city, county, and state transit partners that meets every other month to coordinate those. And so this is just taking it to the next level. That's not going to stop. It would just be elevated, but we can certainly highlight it even more. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Hey, Jeff. In terms of the beautification, can you help me understand even more what the community has asked for that is a response to? So what is the community asking you to beautify, and what areas would you be in charge of?
I think we would start with the low-hanging fruit. Like I say, there's boulevards that need attention, that are state managed. They need landscaping maintenance year-round, not just occasionally. Other beautification examples are there's graffiti already under the highway exchanges. Now, right now, the contractor is supposed to be removing that graffiti. When the contract's done and they're gone, it's anybody's guess, and so we're going to have our team to work on that, or at least to be able to pressure who's responsible for getting it removed, which is what we do on Hillsborough Street all the time. So
sure. No, and I see that in year two. So in year one, we have the welcoming, hire a team. Is that going to be hiring a nonprofit? How does that work? What team is that?
That would, and I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but we could expand the existing Hillsborough Street ambassador team to have the capacity to take on that additional space. But that's assuming that you choose the Hillsborough Street Corporation to do it, to be the recipient of the funds. Does that make sense?
No. All right. So we would have you, if this all goes through, then we would have the MSD with Blue Ridge, but then we would have to sign a different contract with Hillsborough Street?
The first step when you create an MSD is the next step, and I'm sure the staff will talk to you, is you have a bid proposal and you can choose to pick an organization to administer the funds. The city could use the funds themselves, or they can hire a nonprofit community group to administer the funds. That's what you're doing with DRA and Hillsborough Street. Whoever you pick, then they would turn around and either contract with a professional landscaping company or graffiti removal company, or in the case of Hillsborough Street, we contract with a professional team that provides our ambassador service. Mm-hmm. And that could be the team that provides those beautification activities.
Right. And this is from which feedback from residents that are requesting this? Is this from the survey that just went out? Is this from surveys that you did prior to? Like, where is that need coming from?
I would say across the board. We've heard complaints about graffiti and the appearance from major stakeholders to individuals.
Thank you.
I was just going to say that we have Nadia from Community Engagement here to kind of talk about some of the feedback that they received through the community listening sessions that will probably help inform some of your questions.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry if I confused you. I didn't mean to do that.
And Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Jones's question, just to clarify, it really is an open question about who would manage the MSD, and it could be the city completely. I mean, like the DRA does some things for the downtown MSD, but some of those funds the city uses. So I just want to put it out there that we don't know who would win that award. We don't know who would submit for it. And I would hope that we would have a really, if this were to come to fruition, we would need to have a very open, transparent process so that any organization that would be interested would have the opportunity to win the bid. And so I just want to make sure we understand there's no group that has some like lock on this.
Councilmember Black?
Greetings. One of the questions I have, I think I'm still a little, and I might be the only person up here who is a little bit confused about it. So, say MSD is established. All of the people that are like in the mapping area, are they just like brought in, or do they have to opt in?
You create the boundary. If you create the boundary, then every taxable property within that boundary is assessed the additional tax. Is that what you are asking?
And it's just like they don't have any say in it other than like what?
Can I follow up with that? That's what the public hearing's for. And so when we've created MSDs in the past, we have had groups come and ask to be removed, and we have listened and done that. So that's when the opt-out process starts is after the public hearing process.
Okay, because as a commercial renter, I just feel like I'm being always like continuously bombarded with things because I didn't buy a house in 8th grade. And seriously, like I can't get into the housing market. It's hard. So we're renting. 48% of the city is renters. And then it's like we're constantly like putting more economic pressure on people because they couldn't get into the housing market at a particular time. So I just wanted to understand more of that opting process. I'm going to constantly talk about renters because I'm the one renter up here, and I'm just constantly being bombarded with like the community. Like we are communities, renters are a community. It's more than just a commercial property. So it's just like I just want to understand that process of like how we are engaging people. And I know like we have districts, or like when we do like the neighborhood street improvements, like a percentage of the neighborhood has to agree to be a part of something before it can be placed there. And I'm just trying to understand what that process is, because it's like you see a building, it's like there's 300 units here, and it's like those are people. Are we like actively engaging to see if there's a percentage of people that are a part of this community that would have to be a part of this? And so if you're saying it's the public engagement process or the public hearing process, then I would really, I guess, want to make sure that people are aware, because I know we got a lot of emails from people who are like, I want to be removed. So if they're not able to come to the public hearing, then maybe they can like make their voices and their feelings known about being removed in ways outside of just coming to the hearing, because it's also very hard for people who are working to try to come to meetings to talk about how they can like engage and make their lives like not so hard in certain ways. But that was just my question. I wanted to understand that, and I wanted to say that for all of the renters who are tired, and I know I am tired.
Okay, we do have somebody from community engagement here, so why don't you come up? Thank you, Jeff.
Good afternoon, everyone, council members, mayor, city council, or city manager. My name is Nadia Murata, and I have the privilege of being the Assistant Community Engagement Manager for the Office of Community Engagement. And so today I am here to discuss the outcomes of our dedicated community engagement efforts regarding the proposed establishment of a West Raleigh Municipal Service District. So I bring forth a comprehensive overview of the feedback we received, and hopefully it reflects the diverse range of perspectives and voices that you all are looking to hear from. But my goal is just to offer you all insights into the feedback that people were giving us and help you in your decision-making process. So thank you for granting me the opportunity to present to you today. All right, so just to give you a comprehensive understanding of the engagement initiatives facilitated by our office, let's delve into the engagement plan. Our approach was to our approach involved organizing 2 listening sessions. Both sessions featured presentations from Jeff from the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance, as well as some staff members from the city of Raleigh. One session was conducted in person on February 27th, providing an opportunity for folks to get that face-to-face interaction and dialogue. And then the second session was conducted virtually on March 1st, ensuring accessibility for a wider range of audiences. Notably, the virtual session is available online through our YouTube channel if anyone wants to view it. I know there's conversations about public hearing, things like that. So if anyone who wants to see what the presentation looked like, that is available. We also created a 7-question survey that was open for over a month from February 7th to March 10th. And these engagement opportunities served as a pivotal platform for community members to voice their perspectives, concerns, and suggestions regarding the proposed West Raleigh Municipal Service District. All right. In addition to our listening sessions and survey, I want to also highlight the various outreach channels utilized to disseminate information and engage with the community. So here's just an overview of our outreach efforts. We leveraged the Nextdoor platform to reach residents within the West Raleigh area. And for those who are unfamiliar with Nextdoor, this is a neighborhood-focused social network platform designed to connect residents within specific geographic regions and enables them to get communication about their region, have information, as well as engage in community engagement efforts. We also did directly engage with individuals who had previously contacted city council members regarding concerns over the West Raleigh MSD. This was a personalized approach that resulted in a 64% open rate of emails. We also used the City of Raleigh's social media channels, as well as our webpage, and reached out to folks who were registered as neighborhoods in the Raleigh Neighborhood Registry. All right. So in total, for the listening session, we did have about 31 community members in attendance. You know, I'm not counting city staff or council members or folks from the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance. This is strictly community members. And so, you know, it is evident that their opinions were widely ranged widely. Some expressed optimistic anticipation, while also others voiced their concerns regarding issues such as tax exemptions and district management. All right, now moving forward, just to go over our survey, which explored 4 main themes. The first one being participants were asked to evaluate the appropriateness of the proposed MSD boundaries. We also asked what community sentiment was regarding a potential tax increase of 3 cents per $100 of assessed property value. Participants were also surveyed on their support for bringing additional services to the greater Blue Ridge Corridor, and we list those services that were proposed. And lastly, respondents were asked to rank their services from highest priority to lowest priority. So I plan to go over all the survey results. First, I wanted to just kind of filter it to those who were most impacted, but in total, from, sorry, I'm skipping ahead. Back to this, okay. So let's take a moment to review some key statistics from our engagement efforts. We reached a significant audience with content garnering a total of 710 views. Among those who participated, 228 folks provided their zip codes, and 135 of those respondents indicated that they lived within what I consider most affected zip codes, which are 27606, 27612, and 27607. And back, I didn't mention this, but there were a total of 279 participants in the survey. So just going back to, or narrowing down to those most affected zip codes, which are 27606, 27612, and 27607. In regards to communities' perspectives on the proposed boundaries for the municipal service district, for those, 29% are not in support of it, 26% were unsure, and 44% were supportive of it. For those who indicated a lack of support for the proposed boundaries, that was actually a comment or an ability for folks to leave additional comments and let us know, what changes they would propose to the boundary. A major comment or a major theme that we found was that respondents expressed a desire for the exclusion of all residential properties, including apartments and multi-unit housing. Continuing on with this focus on these specific zip codes, we also asked for folks' support on whether they would support a tax increase of 3 cents per $100 of assessed value. Folks mentioned it was pretty split. We have 43% yes, 42% no, and 14% unsure. Continuing on with that focus as well, we have a question around whether or not, let me go back to my notes. So we also asked folks what proposed changes they would make to the 3 cents per $100 of assessed value. So these are no responses. They take you to this to leave additional comments. And so these are all the themes that were gathered. Most people were saying tax rates should be 0 cents or not increased. There was also concerns about taxing renters. The fact that people have already high existing taxes, as well as seeing a need for more information on how the tax increase would benefit the area. All right. And then in regards to additional services and support for that, we have 28% who voted no for supporting additional services, 12% say unsure, and 59% do support. So it's a little bit more people expressing support for the implementation of additional services. So that does kind of highlight a need for that, seeing that significant change is support for that. So I just wanted to mention that. And then folks were given an opportunity to rank those services from highest priority to lowest priority. So these are the top 3. The first one being planning and implementing improved transportation choices that are safe. The second one being public space maintenance. And then the third being enhanced economic development. All right. So now we're shifting gears to just the overall summary of all participating zip codes and those who did not indicate what zip codes they were part of. Among respondents from all zip codes, 41% expressed support for the proposed boundaries, 30% indicated disagreement with the proposed boundaries, and 29% expressed uncertainty about their stance. I think you guys like quotes. Public input gives us an opportunity to obviously collect comments, but people who take our survey also have the opportunity to agree with other comments folks are leaving. And so I wanted to highlight one of the top comments from this section, which says, exclude all residential properties, including apartment complexes and any other multi-unit structures where individuals and families may live. Moving forward, which is the overall summary of participants. When it comes to support for a tax increase of 3 cents per $100 of assessed value, we have 45% expressing support for the proposed tax increase, 39% indicating opposition, and 16% expressed uncertainty. A quote from or people who've responded no and wanted to offer any changes to the proposed tax rate. is a zero increase. So this is a quote from a Raleigh resident. She says, "You have not made any indication of need that I, as an individual taxpayer, deem necessary." And 15 survey participants agreed with this statement. Continuing on for support for additional services. Similar to the more filtered results, 61% say yes, 27% say no, 12% are unsure. And then when we rank the services for those who did say yes, very similar with the first priority being planning and implementing improved transportation choices that are safe, greater mix of businesses and land uses being second, and third being the public space maintenance. All right. So we also asked this qualitative question just to see what would help people support the mentioned services. And so these are some themes that came from the survey, including excluding all residential buildings. Some people expressed that the duties are already part of the responsibility of the city. Several respondents voiced concerns about the potential financial burden on residents. There was a significant feedback regarding the need for improved transportation infrastructure and traffic management to address congestion and enhance mobility options. Many participants highlighted the importance of expanding sidewalk infrastructure to improve pedestrian safety and accessibility within the community. There were also calls for ensuring that the benefits of the proposed services are equitable and accessible to all residents, regardless of socioeconomic status or property ownership, as well as some respondents suggested that properties exempt from the MSD should commit to voluntary funding to support the proposed services. And lastly, a portion of respondents expressed the belief that there is no need for the proposed services or the establishment of a new municipal service district. This is just a quote that I wanted to highlight as well that had high votes. 16 survey participants agreed with this. It says these are all duties that are already the responsibility of the city. Taxes are already paid for all these items other than special events. Private event planners can come in and do events and self-fund themselves. So if you're curious as to what the representation of this listening sessions and survey respondents were, these are residents who live within the proposed district. As I mentioned, people within those zip codes or people who went to the listening session and expressed and self-identified themselves as residents. We have business owners, members from the West Raleigh CAC, Citizen Advisory Council, individuals who live near the Blue Ridge Corridor, folks from the BRCA, and residents from other Raleigh areas. In conclusion, I just wanted to highlight 4 themes that I believe came out from this. First one being excluding residential properties from the proposed boundaries. Not sure if that's possible, but that's obviously just from the survey and the listening sessions, so I just want to make sure I highlighted that. The other theme was to utilize additional revenues to generate the implementation of safe transportation options. The third one being considering a lower assessment rate for the proposed district, and the last one being to further clarify how the proposed tax increases would benefit those within the proposed boundaries. All right, so I'm going to hand it back over to Sadia, and she'll continue on. Thank you.
All right, hang in with me just a little bit longer while we wrap up this next section of this presentation. I'm just going over some timeline and next steps that are needed from City Council today. So this is a slide that is super familiar with you all. We've been talking about this, like I said, for a while now here in the city, in particular with the City Council since November of 2023. We've talked about this as well in the February 6th meeting when you all asked us to bring back a revised feasibility study. So where we are today, and excuse the typo on the first square, we've attached the revised feasibility study as a backup to the current agenda item. And what we are really needing from City Council today is some action. Should you decide to move forward, the next step is to schedule a public hearing. That can be scheduled either today or at the first meeting in April. And the reason why I'm stressing that is because our runway for scheduling a public hearing is very short now. So once City Council schedules a public hearing, we, of course, just like we are doing with the DRA expansion, will work with the city clerk to mail notices to all current property owners within the district, within that proposed boundary. And then Councilmember Black, you had mentioned, how do people opt out? Well, once they receive that notice, they'll definitely have an opportunity to reach out to the clerk, and then they can say, hey, I want to be excluded from the proposed district. So there is that opportunity there. And then the date when City Council can hold a district is May 7th. There is no early or later date. This is the date. After that, we will review any petitions for exclusion. Those have to be done, as I mentioned in the previous slide, 5 days after closing. And then we can hold our first reading of the ordinance in your first meeting in June, and then the second reading of the ordinance in your second meeting in June, to ensure that that tax rate would be adopted for the, as along with the fiscal year 25 budget adoption. So in conclusion, should City Council want to enact or a proposed Blue Ridge MSD for the upcoming fiscal year 25 budget year, we need a couple of action items or some from you all today. So we are asking that you accept the revised feasibility report, accept the proposed boundary of the Blue Ridge MSD, set a public hearing for May 7th. Remember, it can also be set on your next or your first meeting in April. And then you can also, by setting a public hearing, direct the city clerk to mail notices to all property owners within the proposed boundary of the MSD. So that concludes the presentation. Myself, representatives of the BRCA, as well as Nadia from the Office of Community Engagement are here for any questions you may have.
Councilmember Jones?
Thank you, Sadia. I just wanted to clarify, when we talk about opting out, that doesn't mean that renters can opt out. A renter cannot message you and say, I don't want my apartment to. It would have to be the property owner, which means the apartment complex would have to opt out.
I believe that is correct. I'm going to just
Yes.
look over to Brandon, and he's nodding yes, so that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I wanted to add a few things. To Councilmember Jones's point, we've received a lot of emails from individuals saying, please exempt me from the MSD, but they appear to be from renters. And so if there were a way to aggregate, where they're living, and so that the information could then be shared with that property owner, that may be helpful. Like, for example, if one apartment building has a large number of tenants asking to be removed, it may be helpful for that property owner to understand what their residents are feeling. And it's not guaranteed that just because the property tax goes up that they're going to pass it down, but that's typically what happens. And so I think it would be important for them to know the sentiments of the folks living in the building already. And then some of the summary of feedback from the listening sessions, I agree with a lot of this, particularly, I'm really worried about transit and transportation options in this area. Everyone was really celebrating the PNC Arena deal and improvements, and I think that is worthy of celebrating, but my biggest heartburn was, how are we going to get people to and from this new entertainment area? And it can't just be accessible by cars. And so if one component of this MSD is funding increased transit or bike lanes and pedestrian access and sidewalks and greenway connections, I think that could be a benefit. So I think further clarifying how the proceeds or the tax increase is going to benefit the community with some specific tangibles may help as well.
Where's Jeff?
Can I?
Oh, so you're hearing about transportation, and I think that is a top priority.
There's no question about that. We hear about it at every meeting and every conversation. We've had preliminary conversations with the folks focused on the PNC Arena redevelopment, but we've also been talking to our partners at the chamber, and of course with the city, county, and state. We completely believe that that's work we're already doing, but there's, at this point in time, basically we're getting about 40 to 50 hours a month of work time. It needs significantly more than that. It needs somebody actually advocating on it full time. And that's really where the necessity for the MSD comes from, to have the revenue to be able to provide that engagement level.
Thank you. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, maybe with staff, the MSD funds traditionally do not fund capital improvements. Is that correct? So this is not funding greenway improvements. This is advocacy for greenway improvements.
As the tax rate is set now, it does not include any capital improvements. Should the city council want that in the future, we will then have to come back with an additional tax rate attached to the current tax rate for the MSD. Yes.
Okay. And I just have a couple comments. I'm fine to set the public hearing, but I'm going to be fully honest. And Jeff, I know you've worked on this for a really long time, so I say this with all the gentleness in the world. I'm not certain I'm going to get there. When we started receiving emails from people who support the MSD, I started calling those people and saying, okay, well, what do you see in it? And every one of them lives outside the boundaries, so they're happy to see a tax applied to other people. But what I heard from them was a desire for capital improvements, and advocacy is really important, but the city does the capital improvements, and so I'm not like 100% there. I've asked myself what might be needed to get there, and I think downtown MSD and Hillsborough Street are really like largely pedestrian areas, and they have this kind of identity, right? A campus Main Street is a thing you can pick out, and downtown has this identity, and I don't know that this area. I used to live in 27612 when my daughter was a baby, and I don't know that it has the same kind of like pedestrian-oriented identity. And I thought to myself, well, what if you shrink it really small, just where like Guasaca and Lake Boone is? But I don't know that it would generate enough revenue to do the types of projects you envision. So I feel like there's just a kind of chicken and egg quandary here that I don't know how to quite kind of unlock the Rubik's Cube. So anyway, that's just kind of where I'm at.
Councilmember Jones.
And I think this question is for Jeff. Going back to year one, and we're talking about affordable housing support, I am excited to hear that we're supporting 60% AMI, and I'm wondering, what does that look like? What does that support look like? How are you going to advocate for affordable housing?
Well, we had a private meeting with a developer who's very interested in a parcel in the district, an extremely high-profile parcel that I think we've all talked about. We went and did that. It takes a lot of time to make those connections. Again, this is a resource issue. We don't have the resources to do the kind of legwork that DRA and Hillsborough Street are doing every day on all of these issues at the level of funding that the Alliance has right now.
No, I understand that right now, but if we're talking about goals of what we want to see, then I'm wondering what your utopian picturesque, this is how we support affordable housing, that's where I'm trying to understand.
We attempt to have a one-on-one conversation with every substantial redevelopment project that comes into that area. It's just more projects than we can keep up with, and we don't have the resources to keep up with that and to have the meaningful back and forth conversation with each one of them pushing for affordable housing.
Okay. Jeff, I think what she's asking is your vision. It's like you're saying what you're going to do. Is the vision to work with a developer to get affordable housing built, or is it just advocating?
Well,
she's trying to get to the vision.
Okay. Well, the vision, maybe some of the board members can jump in. That's absolutely the vision. Board members across the spectrum of the Alliance speak to that in lots of different ways, and I believe that they want to see us be more aggressive on it. We just don't have the time to try and implement the vision.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I'm willing to move this forward for a public hearing because I think that provides an opportunity to, again, just hear more community engagement around what this could be. Whether it's of desire, what the public benefits are, what the concerns are. I recognize there are some concerns, I think, at the table here, and we've had conversations. I also want to note that there is a lot of support, within District D for these services. I can imagine the the benefits and how we can pull together this area in a more cohesive way. But I can't take away from the concerns as well. So they're all there. But with that, I guess I'll make a motion to have our public hearing on the one date that is available, which remind me?
May 7th.
May 7th, and to go forward with the other pieces of notice and all of that.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have the city manager report.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Happy spring. And because I am a classy Tar Heel, to the Mayor Pro Tem down there at the end of the table who's typically a pretty dapper in his attire. In my true Dick Vitale voice, you are diaper dandy today, Councilmember Melton. But in all honesty, and we acknowledged yesterday in our agenda review that we do with staff, shout out to the NC State Wolfpack, who are the ACC champions of 2024. It's been a long time coming, so we graceful Tar Heels up here at the table will accept the win and relish in your glory, for it might be a long time again. But no, in all seriousness, congratulations, NC State Wolfpack.
You were doing pretty well until that last sentence.
I saw that bow tie hanging out of that T-shirt, and it did something to me. But obviously, as the city manager of the city of Raleigh, I am happy for my NC State Wolfpack, and as a parent of a Wolfpacker. Yes, yeah, I am. I am. Okay, and so with that, I have one real item today. Tanya Tully from Planning and Development is here for a text change amendment request for historic preservation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Councilors. As Marshall just said, I'm here with to request authorization for text change that is largely housekeeping items related to historic preservation and the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. There is a backup memo with more details, but essentially we're requesting authorization to make changes to reflect current practice, to ensure alignment with Section 160D of the general statutes, and to streamline some processes. The first step of that was with the update to the RHDC rules of procedure last year. Some of the examples of the statutory changes include clarifying who can apply for certificates of appropriateness. Got some newspaper noticing issues with landmark designation process. Right now, the COA minor work list lives in the rules of procedure. It really needs to live in the UDO. And we're also requesting sort of broad authorization for any changes related to Chapter 160D. I've been working with the City Attorney's Office, and we found a lot of them, but it's entirely possible that there are some general statute changes that also need to be made. So we're looking for approval for any others that may also come up. Some other examples are clarification on RHDC's role in the comprehensive amendment plan process. It's in one section of the code, not another. We're considering removing the joint public hearing for landmark designations that happens now, and to revise the diagram for the street side historic overlay districts, for example. Should you authorize the text amendment, then we'd move forward with drafting the ordinance and go through the regular process of putting it to the public engagement portal, with the addition that it would go to the Raleigh Historic Development Commission before it would go to Planning Commission and ultimately City Council. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Do we have a
I
motion?
move to authorize the UDO text change as recommended by staff.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Unanimous?
That concludes my report.
Okay. Now we're on to matters scheduled for public hearing. First is the public nuisance abatement property liens.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods Code Enforcement. Bringing to you one property today to ask for adoption of a resolution for the cost incurred by the city to clean up the property. Property was 530 North Person Street. Sorry, those slides shouldn't be in there. The yard, this is dating back to like late fall. The grass was obviously still green there. But the yard was completely overgrown. But the main issue was the pretty large series of bushes right there that were blocking the sidewalk. So we had a crew go out and clean those up after notice to the property owner because they did not take care of it in a timely manner. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Any questions?
You said they didn't take care of it in a timely manner. Have they done it, or they?
The city did it. That's where this cost is coming from.
Okay. So I will, wait a minute, open the public hearing, close the public hearing. No one here to speak on this. What?
Hey. Did you ever hear back from Ruma?
Oh, one person signed up in support. Yes, I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Did you ever hear back from Ruma?
Ruma?
The Raleigh United Mutual Aid Hub?
Yes, we have been in touch with them.
Okay. Where are y'all in conversations?
We've had several conversations with them. We didn't feel like this one was a good candidate for it because this is a office building, commercial property. We felt like that's more of a thing we could pass along to maybe owner occupied or, family owned properties.
But you guys have been in conversation about possible use of mutual aid services for?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Would love to know more about that at a future time. Maybe I'll email you.
Okay.
Okay. I will open the hearing. Is Hadil here? Okay, I will close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Please note, Councilmember Black was opposed. Okay, now we have rezoning Z5323, Rock Quarry Road.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sarah Shaughnessy, Raleigh Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone one parcel. It's about an acre on the northwest corner of Interlock Drive and Rock Quarry Road across from Old Town. The request is to rezone from R4 to R10. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with a future land use map, and would result in a map amendment if approved. And Planning Commission has recommended approval here unanimously. So an overview of the site, you can see most of the area is low and moderate scale residential. There is a small commercial node on the other side of Interlock Drive there. Some additional views, street views of the site and the surrounding neighborhood. There are no proposed conditions. This is a general use request. The proposed zoning would add an estimated 10 additional units on the site and reduce the required setbacks. Again, consistent with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with the future land use map. A number of consistent policies here reinforcing the urban pattern, offering housing variety, zoning for housing. The inconsistent policies here would be the future land use map and zoning consistency, and zoning and infrastructure impacts. This is outside of the fire service standards, I believe for a ladder truck arrival. So again, if approved, the future land use map would be amended from low scale to moderate scale residential. The Planning Commission, again, has recommended approval. I am happy to answer any questions you have before you open the public hearing.
Any questions?
I have one.
Hi.
Their staff report noted 3 potential needs for mitigation, 2 related to cross-access to the other sites and 1 related to fire service, which we've seen conditions on other cases that attempt to mitigate that concern as well. I spoke with the applicant yesterday, and they were like amenable to them, but I think maybe had a little bit of process confusion. Have you heard from the applicant?
I have, and the applicant is here today if you wanted to have that conversation with him.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, then I will do that at the time when the public hearing opens. I think that's my only question.
Okay. Right, there's no one signed up in support or opposition on this?
That's correct. I don't believe he met the window for the sign up, but he is available if you have questions for him.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mohammed, are you okay? So we talked on the phone yesterday. It sounded like you were open to making the conditions that that were recommended by our staff. And you sent an email. Those have to be put in the official document.
I did as well. I did send it to you.
You did send me a PDF, yes. They have, it's kind of like a little bit of a paperwork issue. You have to get it in this, in the rezoning. So we would have to, in order to do that, we'd have to hold this, and then I think Sarah could help you get it put in the official format, and then we could vote at it, at a future meeting. Would that be okay?
That's fine.
Okay. And I spoke with Councilmember Branch. This is in his district, and he's amenable to that as well. Spoke with him this morning. So.
Okay, please make sure we get that done. Okay, thank you. Well, we will, so the process for that, then I would have to open the hearing and leave it open. Okay, so I will open the hearing, leave it open, and we can continue the process.
And then I guess we have to set a date future.
Yes, you have to defer it to a date certain.
It looks like April 2nd's pretty full. Are my colleagues amenable to April 16th?
So, yeah,
April 16th?
I'll second if that's
Okay,
your motion.
I move to continue to April 16th.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Fort, you good? Okay. All right. Thank you. The next item is Z18 Wilson Street and Garner Road.
Good afternoon, Brown and Reedus Planning and Development. This is a request to rezone approximately 20 acres from residential 10 and residential 6 to residential mixed use 4 stories with conditions. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map. The Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. Here's a look at an aerial image of the site. Again, it's located along Garner Road and Wilson Street frontages. You can see there's some existing low-scale residential neighborhoods to the east. To the west, that is actually the North Carolina State Highway Patrol Training Academy. Here are some views of the site, the first being east-facing on Wilson Street, the second north-facing on Garner Road, and then the third west-facing on Ujamaa Drive. This is a stub street from that neighborhood to the east. The applicant has proposed 4 conditions here. The first being that a commitment to providing 10 affordable units on the site with rents affordable to the 60% area median income for 30 years. The second zoning condition is a restriction that requires all principal uses to be household living uses or residential uses. And the reference for the location of those uses, I'm going to flip back to this page. It's everything north of Wilson Street, so everything north of that purple line. And then on this large central site, everything east of this leg of the stream. Condition number 3 is also going to reference that stream, but just a little bit differently. So condition number 3 is requiring that all building types east of this reference point, all building types east of that are going to be required to be single unit detached living. The final condition is limiting trip generation to 191 peak hour total trips in the morning and 215 peak hour trips in the evening. Here's a snapshot of the estimated increase in entitlement. You can see the increase in residential entitlement is about doubling, and then of course opening up the potential for limited office and retail uses. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map, which is currently designated moderate scale residential. If the rezoning gets approved, that would be amended to medium scale residential. Here's a look at some of the consistent policies. And then there are a few inconsistent policies being triggered here. Again, the future land use designation and then the height designation. So it would recommend maybe a maximum of 3 stories, but the request is for 4. And then that special area guidance for the Garner Tryon plan, that has to do with building massing and just size of a building. So again, the request, if approved, would amend the future land use map from moderate scale residential to medium scale residential. And the Planning Commission recommended approval, finding that the request would result in an increase in the variety and amount of housing that could be built here, which would increase the overall housing supply, and then it would provide those 10 affordable units for at least 30 years. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have before you open the public hearing.
Do you have any questions for staff? Okay. We have one person signed up to speak in support. I will open the hearing. Tamara Waitman.
Good afternoon, Tamara Waitman from BA Folk. I am representing the owners of the assemblage of parcels that is being rezoned. There are 9 properties that make up the over 20 acres. And one of the things that we think is most wonderful about this project is that those 10 units, it actually is a minimum of 10 units. And because of the additional ability to go to 4 stories, there would be the possibility of additional units being available that would not be otherwise available if the zoning were to be kept at R6. If we look at the aerial view here, just above where there's that this long piece here, there are townhomes that are already going in up here. And as was mentioned, what's across the street from this parcel on Garner Road, I don't draw very well, my apologies. What is over there is this sort of institutional use. There's not a lot going on for residents in this area. There are these 2 neighborhoods over here. There is an ABC store nearby, but there's not a whole lot else. And so by allowing this mixed use, we're going to be able to get valuable services into a community that could use them. We also, one of the things that's great about this is that the parcels that have been allocated to affordable housing are in easy walking distance to a bus stop. And this project is going to open up the throughways such that people can get to those bus lines more easily by walking. So overall, it seems to be a great win for the community. I do have one of the owners here with me who is heavily involved in the projects that are being planned for this area, if you have any additional questions for me or for him.
Okay. Are there any additional questions? Councilmember Black?
I don't know if this is for you or for staff, but in the proposed conditions, I see east of the existing USGS Blue Stream line. What does that stand for?
Okay, so if I can get these to move. Okay, so these lines, these blue lines that you see here, I'm going to make them pink and I'm going to try to stick to them. Those are streams that have been identified by the federal government that need to be protected. And so there's a certain amount of natural area that will be preserved just de facto as part of this project. There are going to be buffers on both sides of the streams all the way along. And then that creates also a natural buffer between this single family neighborhood over here, there's 2 of them, and anything that would be commercial. And so what we're doing is we're putting in only single family living over here, as well as a tree area, a tree conservation area. And so that provides a nice buffer for these people who are already in the neighborhood so that they don't feel like they're being encroached upon. And then, as was mentioned, everything above this line here is going to be residential, and everything over here. So what's left is what you would see, and actually, I can pop ahead. Oh, I'll clear that. So what you see here in the blue and the teal, that is where the affordable housing would be located. And what you see in blue would be residential only. That line there is approximately on the streamline. And then everything that's in the lavender, I've already been made fun of for my colors, but everything in lavender is going to be potentially mixed use, though the plans actually do put those mixed use applications closer to Garner Road and at the front part of Wilson Street. What's here right now is already non-residential.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So you're showing the teal line up to the streamline, but there's going to be buffers around the stream.
Yes, so just a natural, like federal regulation, no way around it. You're going to have natural area that's preserved, tree line, whatever's there is going to be preserved.
And is this a part of the watershed?
It's not actually the watershed, no. It's just their GIS streamlines.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a question, Councilmember? Okay, couldn't tell. All right, well, the hearing is open. Any other comments? I will close the hearing.
This also is in District C, and I did speak with Councilman Branch. I emailed you about it, but he did voice his support.
Yes, he had said that he was in favor of this. So, all right, I will close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated March 19th, 2024, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, opposed? Councilmember Black opposed. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next we have rezoning Z3923. This is Nowell Road.
Hi, good afternoon again. So this is a request to rezone 2 parcels, about 2 acres, from R4 to residential mixed-use 4 stories with parking limited frontage and zoning conditions. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the urban form map. It's inconsistent with the future land use map. Approval would require an amendment from the Office Research and Development District or designation to medium-scale residential. And Planning Commission has recommended approval unanimously on this case. So an overview, aerial view of the site. So this is sort of northeast of the intersection of Chapel Hill Road and I-40. Some commercial uses, industrial uses between Chapel Hill Road and Hillsborough Street, and then otherwise moderate scale and low scale residential surrounding to the north and east. Some additional views, street views of the site and the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed conditions, there are 6 in total. The first only allows residential uses. Second requires all parking to be located behind the building. Requires a setback with parcels from the rear to the site of 100 feet. Requires a building setback from the primary street to be a minimum of 15 feet. Sets a maximum building height of 55 feet, and then requires cross access to 1 parcel adjacent to the north and 1 parcel adjacent to the south. It's a view of the change in entitlement between the existing and proposed zoning. Again, the proposed zoning would add a number of additional units and prohibit change the setbacks there. Again, consistent with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with the future land use map designation, and consistent with the urban form map, which designates this site as within a city growth center and a log-on urban thoroughfare. Number of consistent policies here, as well as general comp plan consistent policies, and then area-specific guidance. The one inconsistent policy being the future land use map and zoning consistency. Again, Planning Commission has unanimously recommended approval for this case. I'm happy to answer any questions before you open the public hearing.
Do we have any questions for staff? Okay. I will open the hearing. Isabel Maddox has signed up in support. Bob Gary and Bruce Hamill have signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, members of council. I'm Isabel Maddox, 3700 Glenwood, 27612. I'm here today with my clients Rod Mangrum and Mark Annis, the prospective developers, as well as Tony Tate, our landscape architect. As indicated, gosh, this is not the right presentation. This is my next case. Is my Nowell case? We got Nowell. Can you give me that? Okay. Good. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yes. Okay. So we have these two parcels on Nowell Road, which is, as you've heard, is an urban thoroughfare, very close to I-40, also very close to PNC Arena, Carter Finley Complex to our north. We're requesting rezoning from R4 to RX4 PLCU. There is a lot of different, we're rezoning from low scale residential, but there's a lot of other zonings in the area, a lot of industrial, RX, some CX, different things like that. So, and the comprehensive plan, the future land use map shows this property as office and research development. So a commercial use is contemplated here. The proposed conditions, we're saying only residential principal uses shall be allowed. A member of the Planning Commission asked that we still allow the possibility of some accessory retail, which we said we're happy to include that. It's probably unrealistic because the requirements for accessory retail are the intersection of two public streets. All parking should be located behind the building. The building setback from the parcels to the rear should be 100 feet, which we think is significant. The building setback from the primary street should be 15 feet. So there's a little bit of a tug between those two requirements, and I'll get to that later because some neighbor comment has been they want a little bit greater setback in the front, and that's, definitely, one affects the other. We do want 4 stories, but we've capped it at 55 feet. 55 feet being only 5 feet higher than the max for 3 stories. So we think that's really close to the 3-story limit, but we think we can get 4 stories and 55 feet. And it's possible we might even get lower than that, but it's really hard to tell when you haven't designed a building or gone on the site and graded it yet what your height's going to be. So we need a little flexibility on the measurement of that. And then we've included cross access to parcels to the north and the south. I want Tony to come up and explain our front setback in just a second, but I want to continue on through this presentation. I'll bring him back to that. So just, it's a growing area. It's a city growth area. We're adding some additional housing types to this area. We think we're going to do a high quality. This is not going to be a big project, maybe somewhere the city's analysis says 57 units. We think it'll be a little bit less than that, honestly. It's inconsistent with the future land use map, but the current zoning is also inconsistent. And a commercial development is contemplated here, and we're talking about a residential, apartment development here. Again, the height, we're capping it at 55 feet, only 5 feet taller than the 3-story limit of 50. And we are giving a gracious 100-foot setback to our single-family neighbors in the rear. Our neighbors' meetings, the neighbors back there wanted that, large buffer and seemed very happy with it. We've heard, in some neighbor comments recently, we met with a couple of neighbors yesterday, and they were, wanting us to grow that buffer of 100 feet and also the setback. So it's kind of a struggle between trying to achieve both of those things. We are continuing to work with the neighbors. In fact, we'd like to meet with them yet again. I know that in order to get this case at the next council meeting, we're not expecting a vote today, we would need to file new conditions by Friday, and we'd love to come back on April 2nd. I want Tony to come up briefly and just explain the front setback issue, because that's been a little bit of an issue with our neighbors, and put these graphics up for him to talk about that.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Tony Tate, TMT LA Associates, 5011 South Park Drive in Durham. As we started out on this project, you know, we had 2 neighborhood meetings. We made revised conditions to the plan based on the neighborhood meetings. We had a planning commission meeting. We made some conditions based on the planning commission comments. And one of the items that, as we had meetings with the neighbors, was about where the building was in relation to the street versus the setback. And so in our proposed conditions, we were proposing 15 foot from the primary street. Well, the language, I think, was some confusion there. Is the setback to the actual street, or is it setback to the actual property line? And so, you know, as we look at it, the setback is always measured from the right-of-way or the property line in the front. And so we've been having some conversations with the neighbors about what that is. And so the conversation we had from the neighbors was the distance from the actual curb line. And so when you measure or you look at the apartment building across the street, the Milo Apartments, their actual setback is 14 feet from the right-of-way. We're proposing 15. They have a larger distance to their curb because there's a bike lane on their side of the street. So there's more in the right-of-way in that section. So, you know, we're a little bit further back from what that existing building is. And then in relation to, you know, the property across the street that was recently rezoned, it's an RX-5 without any setback. So in neighbors' meetings and trying to appeal to those concerns, you know, we were trying to make that setback consistent or larger than what was there. And so I think you'll hear from the neighbors coming up about that distance and how we measured that and how, you know, it was initially interpreted. So that was a lot of the conversation we've been having, and we're continuing to have those conversations with them about that. So
just to reiterate, the proposed development, our building setback from the building to the edge of the right-of-way is 15 feet. The Milo Apartments directly across the street is actually 14 feet from the building edge to the right-of-way edge is 14 feet. So it is confusing when you go out in there and look in what's actually how it appears on the ground today, but the road hadn't been fully widened at this point. So that we will reserve any remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Could you mark the clock at 30 seconds? Okay. Okay, thank you. And then, yep. So we'll have 8 minutes for the other side.
So,
Yeah.
advanced slides, I sent some slides in, are they here? Yeah, there they are. Up or down, okay. Let's see. All right, can I see this? No. Right, all right. So I'm Bob Geary. I live in the Nowell Point subdivision, and I'm speaking today for neighbors. Not all of them. There are about 60 houses in our subdivision, but about a dozen people have been in touch with me to say that the note I sent to the neighborhood last week about this case, they agree with what I said. Our position in summary is we would like the setback from the road to be more than 15 feet. The actual measurement from the curb to the front of this building, as Tony just said, would be, I think he said, it's 28.5 feet. The Milo across the street, which is not any model of contextual design, is 35.5 feet. So we've asked for 15 more. They've offered 15. We asked for 30. We can talk about that. We are talking about that. We'd like the height to be 3 stories, not 4. There are a lot of apartments in this area. There are apartment complexes on Nowell Road. They're all 3 stories, or at least the ones on Nowell Road are 3 stories, and they are significantly farther back from the road than 15 feet or 28 feet. I went out and looked at the Camden apartments this morning and paced it off. They're 80 feet back from the road. It's a pretty dense apartment complex. They're 3 stories. The Dakota apartments on Nowell Road, 90 feet back from the road, pretty dense development, also 3 stories. Our problem with the conditions, first of all, I want to say we're fine with apartments on this site. We're not saying don't build apartments. The R4 zoning is out of date. The applicants have told us they intend to build a building of about 40,000 square feet. They've said 40 to 45 apartment units with parking behind the building for 65 cars. And that, I think, is fine. I think you can get 44 units in a 3-story building on this site and room for 65 cars behind. I think if you build 4 stories, you are going to get 57 units. You're going to need to park more cars behind the building, and there really isn't room for that. This is the site. The site is very deep. It's 462 feet deep. We're asking for a little more room in the front, and the setback they've offered in the back is 100 feet from the building. So the building, in theory, could be 300 feet deep or more. We'd like them to define the scale of the building by the rear setback of the building, and so far, that has not happened. So that's our basic issue with this. The conditions in the case so far do not define the scale of the building at all in any useful way. The 55-foot height limit doesn't really affect a 4-story building. The setback from the street, it's a little uncomfortably close to the street. Everything on this street is set back from the road. This is not Blue Ridge Road. Nowell Road is an old country road. The things that are built on it are set back 60 feet, 80 feet, 100 feet. The surrounding roads, Trinity Road, Edwards Mill Road, Corporate Center Drive, things that are built on those, there are a lot of apartments there already and going up soon, and they're all set well off the road. The exception is the Milo, which is across the street from us. This is the Dakota. Just pause on this. That distance from the curb to the beginning of that building is 90 feet, and that's on the other side of Nowell. That's Corporate Center Drive. That's the Raleigh West development, and it's 100 feet off the road. There is part of it that's up on the road. That's 50 feet off the road. That's our subdivision. That's the Milo, 3 stories. It's actually built a little below grade. It's not great, but if this project were set back a little, that far back from the road, it would be a more comfortable distance. All we're asking for is a little green space, a little landscaping in front of this building, and then some space behind the building to park the cars that they're going to need to park unless they plan to park them on some other lot, which is possible. So I'll stop there. How do I stop? Stop. And Bruce wants to say a few words.
Let's wait till finish.
Hello, I'm Bruce Mamel. I live at 904 Cedar Downs Drive, 27607, so I'm in the same subdivision there. I've lived out there for almost 30 years now. I can't support a blank check on a zoning case. The condition that says the building will be within 100 feet of the rear property line means that if for example, you decided to pass it as is, they could turn around and sell it tomorrow, and then you'd have a, what, 200 or 300 foot building in there. 110 feet by 110 feet, a box is 12,100 feet, times 3 is 36,300 feet. You put a 110-foot box on that lot, you've still got plenty of buffer on either side, and then you've got an additional chunk for the parking lot, and then you have your retention pond and your buffer at the rear. So I would like to know what the footprint is as opposed to this idea. So that's my primary opposition to this, you know. I mean, they know what they want to build, so and I think we can work it out, to be honest with you. I think they can increase the frontage, on the buffer on the front, and still put a quality project in there. I'm with Bob, you know, you've designated this area like, you know, urban growth and all the future that's going to come, and we're going to widen all road and all that, but then the residential character has been, the precedent is there. You know, it's been there for years now. Everybody's putting up 3 stories, more or less. We had the zoning case across the street. They wanted 7, so they're asking for the whole loaf, right? So we said, okay, 4, and you gave them 5. Okay, fine, that's across the street, and it's a big parcel. But the bulk of it is 3 stories, 4 stories. And I think that, you know, we can work this out, but I just want to know exactly what we're voting for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've written it down. Don't worry. Before we start, I know 2 council members had questions, so can we have those questions asked and addressed?
Yep. One may be for, I don't know who can answer this. The Milo that was referenced, what is the setback on that one? The new thing that was coming up, do you know?
The legal setback, the setback of the building to the right-of-way is 14 feet.
The Milo one is
Milo,
14?
yeah. And we,
From the curb, by their measurement,
Excuse me. Excuse
I'm
me.
just trying to figure out how close that building is to the street.
how close it is to the right-of-way is 14 feet.
Okay, how about from the curb and the sidewalk?
30, yeah, I think it's 35.5, 30, yeah, 35.5.
Okay, and then the
That's
other,
the actual street now. Yeah.
and then the other question I had is, I'm on Google Maps or whatever this is. It's like parts of this street have curb and sidewalks and parts don't. It looks like the curb and the sidewalks being included when developments are coming up. So regardless of what you do, your project along the frontage would be required to curb and sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I see it now. And then what is your measurement?
I mean,
from
it's possible that we pay a fee in lieu. Sometimes they don't want to do it right away, but my expectation would be that we would.
I would hope
build
that you
it.
would not pay a
Yeah.
fee in lieu, because I think the only way we're going to get a complete pedestrian connection here is through some of these redevelopments,
Yeah,
because it looks
and I
like.
would expect that we would.
And then what is your measurement currently proposed from the curb and sidewalk is what?
The curb and sidewalk to the right-of-way edge is 15 feet is what we're proposing. The actual dimension from the building to the street, current street edge is 28.5.
And how does that compare to that Milo project that's under construction?
35.5 versus 28.5 to the actual current street, but setback 15 versus 14.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It was to everyone, but that is helpful.
Yeah.
Councilmember Patton and Harrison.
Yeah, my question's for you, Bob. When you were giving your comments and you mentioned the 100-foot setback from the single-family properties, and you said something about like this scale or mass, I didn't quite catch it. Can you?
Yeah, and this is fun with numbers, right? So these 2 properties that they're seeking to rezone have a combined depth of 462 feet. They have offered a condition that says the building itself will be 100 feet from the eastern boundary, leaving 362 feet for the building and its frontage. And their frontage is 28 feet. So do the math, you could build a building there of that's 300 feet deep. I don't think they want to do that. They say they want to park the cars behind the building. But that is what the zoning would allow. And if this rezoned property is sold and the new buyer buys, there's vacant lots on either side of this, on the north and south. You could park the cars there. And you could build a pretty large building on this site with the zoning conditions that they have. When we heard 100 feet setback initially, I thought it was to the edge of the parking lot, but it's to the edge of the building. So 100 feet to the building, 362 feet to the street, most of which would be building. No, that's really not a good idea.
So just to make sure I understand what you're looking for is that you're looking for the 100-foot buffer from the eastern property line to be unbuilt, completely undisturbed, and then the parking lot would begin from there.
Yeah, and they've told us they want to build 44, 45 apartment units, have room for 65 cars. There's room to do that and leave a 100-foot buffer. There are houses over here, and the parking lot will be kind of looking down on them. I don't live there, by the way, but I live near there. So we're trying to negotiate some better building setback.
Gotcha. I just want to make sure I understood what the objective was. So
Yeah.
thanks for that.
Well, thanks for asking.
Do we have a response from the applicant?
Okay, just generally speaking, with all due respect to Mr. Geary, heights are going up in Raleigh. We've seen a lot of increased heights, and we're asking for one more story, but really 5 extra feet over the 3-story limit. As far as his calculations of what we can build, and we've got a professional architect, Ted Van Dyke is the architect, and a landscape architect, Tony Tate, and this is what these guys do for a living. And they say, well, we've got to put a stormwater pond. We don't know how big that's going to be. We've got to park it. We have no intention or prospect of buying any lots adjoining. We think 100-foot building setback, and that's normally the way when you have a setback from a neighborhood, it's a building setback. Could we possibly increase that building setback in the rear by a few feet? Possibly. But, can we also increase the setback in the front? It's hard to do both. We do want to continue conversations. In fact, I'm going to invite Mr. Geary to a meeting probably Thursday, if he can fit it into his schedule.
My niece has a new baby.
Oh, you got a new baby. But hopefully we can have a conversation, maybe just a phone call to talk about some of this. Yeah, but we want to work together with him, but just understand the natural tension between enlarging the rear setback and enlarging the front setback. And the fact that we do have professionals laying out the site, you don't really know till you get into it how much space you need. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison.
I just wanted to note for council that Nowell Road is proposed to be expanded from 2 to 4 lanes. So that's why this detail around, the distance from the right-of-way versus the curb, that's kind of the part of this discussion, because as is, with 2 lanes, we are almost 30 feet, the 28.5. But if this road does get built out as proposed to 4 lanes, then we lose that amount of setback on the front. So I just want to note that.
Okay.
Hanging out here in case anybody asks me a question. Let me use the 30 seconds I have left to say that the city has this in its plans as an urban corridor, but there's nothing urban about it. There's not a store, not a shop, not a cafe. It's apartments and some office buildings. That's what's out here. Lots of apartments, and no one objects to that. But and we would welcome some more on this site. But to call this urban, I don't know what the word means if this is urban. So thanks.
Maybe that's something we ask staff to look at in terms of, do we actually need 4 lanes there? Is there a better way to do this? Could we do 2 lanes but do bike ped? Take a look at that. I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there for staff's consideration.
Good afternoon, Margaret Tartala, Transportation. So it's actually designated in the street plan as 2 lanes divided. Right now it's undivided and doesn't have the streetscape elements that we normally have with 2-lane avenues, which are sidewalks and bike lanes. So that extra space is for that division, so something in the middle, and then the outside, the sidewalk and the bike lanes.
So a middle lane then for turning? Is that what
It
you're
can
talking
either
about?
be a median or a turn lane. It just, it depends on the context.
Are there a lot of accidents on this road?
I'm not aware. I can do some research and get back to you.
I would appreciate that with some feedback. Well, since we're having a discussion and Ted's got his hand raised, if you want to come up for a second, we'll continue the conversation.
Thank you for taking just 1 second, Council. I just wanted to.
Could we
along
put
the
one,
lines-
could we
Yes.
put 1 second on there?
The vote yes. No. The right-of-way issue is an important one, and I'm glad we're talking about widenings. And I just wanted to clarify for Councilor Harrison that if we look at the property as it is today and place our building where we're suggesting it today, we are actually 43.5 feet from the curb line. So it's after the widening that we would be 28.5 feet. And so the diagrams we have up there, that gray area there is the difference between the yellow there. The yellow is today's road with the cars. Then there's a gray area of the widening. Then there's trees, a sidewalk, more front yard, and then our building. So even after the widening, the distance from the curb to the building will be 28.5 feet. Just want to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't think I understood that. It did sound like, yeah. Well, it sounds like regardless, we need a little more time on this to, I think it sounds like, Isabel, you're going to have another meeting with neighbors. I appreciate that, to try to figure out a path forward. I mean, I think this is close, but there are some concerns that are still out there. And, you know, when I walk or drive down this road, it is a very, it changes quickly. You know, it does actually have a rural feel, just, I think, just south of this site. I mean, you have this more kind of undeveloped feeling, and then all of a sudden, as you're moving along and, you know, you kind of go through that area, you know, it gets much more developed, and then you're close to the highway, and then you're close to PNC Arena. And so the whole area shifts, you know, very rapidly. And so I think what is being brought up here is just how do we transition in a way that, you know, makes everyone along that corridor feel like, yes, this is the place I want to live, and this is a good place. So I appreciate that the neighbors are here making those concerns known, and I appreciate, Isabel, your team to go back and kind of figure things out. So I think we've got a lot of cases on April 2nd, so I would appreciate it if we could bring this back April 16th, which would give you time. And I think you'll have, how long would they have item to put in conditions then?
So at this point, I think you have a pretty equal items on the 2nd and the 16th.
Okay.
I was going to ask if you would maybe rather see this in the afternoon on the 2nd.
Oh, that's a possibility.
If that is helpful.
If you feel like you can get things done, because you'd have to get it done, everything done by Friday.
Okay, so can we look at April 2nd in the afternoon? And will that give you all enough time to get together?
But can Bruce maybe come?
No, we're talking about a meeting this week.
We're going to have a meeting this week. But
Okay.
Okay, well, your partner in crime there can come then, but you'll have representation. Have fun in Italy. We're only slightly jealous. So afternoon of April 2nd then, We'll continue this. We'll leave the hearing open. And I think the perspective that was just shared was very helpful. So let's make sure we have clarity on that. Okay? Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z4123, Buffalo Road.
Right. All right, Braun and Radis, Planning and Development. This rezoning request is to rezone approximately 27 and a half acres from commercial mixed use 3 stories with conditions to commercial mixed use 4 stories with conditions. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map. The Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. Here's a look at the site and the surrounding area. Again, it's located along Buffalo Road. This site is a part of the larger Rivertown development site. This is a large assemblage of properties that was annexed back in 2006. So it's currently satellite city limits, but it has been annexed into city limits for quite a while now. I just want to point out, you can probably see the surrounding area is very rural in nature, some kind of pockets of residential neighborhoods. Do want to point out westward on Buffalo Road as it intersects with Forestville Road, there are a lot of development approvals for both commercial and residential development in that area. Here are some views of the site from Buffalo Road. And the applicant has proposed 6 conditions here. So the first condition is a limit to the amount of retail that could be built here, so 53,000 square feet. The second condition limits dwelling units to 350 maximum. The third condition would limit ground signage to be limited to a medium profile or low profile sign. The fourth condition prohibits some uses, so adult establishments, bar, nightclub, tavern, lounge, not associated with a restaurant, cemetery, funeral home, vet, kennel, cattery, pawn shop, correctional facility, and then outdoor sports or entertainment facility. The fifth condition provides a minimum 15-foot wide street yard along Buffalo Road. And then the final condition, this is a condition that's carrying through from the current zoning, but it commits to the provision of a 2-acre parcel on the site for future fire or public safety station. Here's a snapshot of the change in entitlement. So the maximum units are capped by that zoning condition at 350 units. Retail is capped as well. Office did not get capped through zoning conditions. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map. We'll take a closer look at that in a minute, but here's a list of the consistent policies. And the inconsistent policies flagged here, again, are the future land use map. And then policies having to do with height and scale of commercial uses. So the recommendation would be for a 3-story max here, and this is requesting the 4 stories. So here's a look at the future land use map today. It is neighborhood mixed use and low scale residential. The request would amend the future land use map to community mixed use. I'll note that the current zoning that exists on the property today is inconsistent with the future land use map. The Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously, finding that the request continues to allow for a variety of housing on the site, increasing overall housing supply, and then allows for limited commercial uses near future residential development, potentially improving access to goods and services in this area. I'm happy to answer any questions for staff before you open up the public hearing.
Do we have any staff questions? Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, this is probably going to be for the fire chief if he's in here. Is he? Or a representative from fire? He was here earlier.
not certain. I'll text Michelle and see if they've
Okay.
stepped out in the foyer.
Yeah, no problem. I'll put it out into the world, and maybe you can take it. But otherwise, we'll wait for the chief. I know that there is significant public benefit here, that 2 acres of land is dedicated to the city of Raleigh for a future fire station, which longtime viewers will know I love to talk about. But I did want to make sure that I know the subdivision plan outlines where the location is, but the condition doesn't, so I just wanted to make sure the fire chief was satisfied with the state of the condition as it is laid out here. So that's,
She said they left, so we will.
well, okay. Well, I'll let the applicant address any conversations they've had with fire at the appropriate time.
We didn't open the hearing yet, Mayor, if you want to open it.
Hearing is open, and we have no one signed up in opposition. Since that was a question that was asked before you start, do you have an answer
I
to
will
that?
respond to that, Councilmember Patton. This condition has been in play for a while. We had it in our 2022 case approved in 2022, and then the Planning Commission asked that we it's in a subdivision plan that's been approved, the site, which is, I can probably identify it more specifically on this. Anyway, I can let Mr. Mason speak to that, but yes, the city has approved it. We've had multiple meetings and conversations with the fire department about it. They have picked the site. I mean, it says mutually agreed, but you know what that really means. It means where the city says they want it. So the city has it where they want it, which is taking up some of that frontage area, that 25 acres, which is part of the reason we needed that extra story, because it kind of squeezes our site in. And as far as we know, it's on a plan that's already been approved by the city. Has the subdivision plan been approved? Yes, so it's been approved. I mean, the land has not yet been conveyed to the city, but it's in a condition. We put it in this case as well, so there's no getting out of that. I think it's pretty clear that we will satisfy that requirement. So, and I can go through this whole presentation. I've talked to many of you on the phone. There was a case in 2006 for this Rivertown development. The economic crisis of 2008 meant that never got done. We came back in 2021 and filed a new case for the rear part of the property, back beyond the red line, and that was approved. It was a slight increase in the density. We held on to this commercial tract on the frontage until now, so this developer has agreed to do massive amounts of public improvements at great cost. First is extension of water and sewer lines. The City Council approved a revised agreement to extend the utility lines in 2021, which will be an investment of approximately $5 million by the developer in extending those lines. Also, we've had a TIA done in connection with a larger project. And, as we all know in this room, that's been a big conversation, transportation issues on the Buffalo corridor. My folks believe they'll be spending $5 to $7 million on transportation improvements in connection with this project. And then the fire station site would probably be at least another $1 million. So we're talking, maybe $12 million, 10 to 12, $13 million of public benefits here. The conditions, I think, were gone over, and they actually do result in a reduction in entitlement. There's an additional story, so that's an increase. But then the maximum number of residential units by the staff's analysis that could be done with the current zoning is 1,300 today. We're going down to 350. And the maximum retail is 70, we're going down to 53. So those things both decrease the intensity of the project. Decrease the traffic is the most important thing of this project. So even though we are asking for the additional story, we are decreasing the intensity of the project. Again, I think we've talked about the many benefits we think we're going to do. Yes, it's inconsistent with the future land use map, but so is the current zoning. So I don't think that's a huge factor. And I think it is important that to know this, that this property is kind of in a dip in Buffalo Road, so the extra story is not going to feel as tall. It's also going to be buffered by the existing project to a large extent. So we don't think the extra story is going to be, way out of line in this location. Certainly happy to answer any questions, and my client David Mason of Landever is here and available, and he's got a wealth of knowledge about both the existing project and the future commercial piece. Okay. Yeah, and he says if you want more certainty on the fire, he's really more the first-hand person who's talked about that. You want to just come up and say a word?
So just to extend the comment on the fire station, when we were going through the preliminary subdivision planning process for the residential acreage above this site, we worked very closely with Lorraine Eubanks before she left, the members of the fire department staff, and identified the parcel that is identified on this commercial property. It was a condition of both the residential and the commercial property. We went ahead and identified that. We put that into the preliminary subdivision plans, which are approved. Our in-track CDs for the first 300-plus lots have been approved, as well as our off-site CDs to do the infrastructure improvements along Buffalo and Old Cruise Road. So that site is absolutely locked in. We've been working with Sarah Beasley on the timing to do that dedication, and so we were asked to wait until our first in-track CDs were approved, the SPRs, and then we will start that subdivision process and the dedication process with Sarah. We're already working with staff on getting that teed up and that piece of property dedicated.
Okay. Do we have any additional questions for the applicants? As I said, no one has signed up in opposition, so I will close the hearing.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm super excited about the public benefit of the land for the fire station. So with that, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated March 19th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second. All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, next we have rezoning Z5023, Varsity Drive.
All right, yeah, this is case Z5023 at the corner of Varsity Drive and Avon Ferry Road. It is a request to rezone one parcel from residential mixed use 5 stories, green frontage, conditional use with a special residential parking overlay district to residential mixed use 7 stories, urban limited conditional use. And that's removing the special residential parking overlay district. The case is inconsistent with the future land use map, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission recommended approval 7-2. So to situate ourselves, this is sort of southwest Raleigh, again at the corner of Avon Ferry Road and Varsity Drive, right next to the NCSU Centennial Campus. Farther up Avon Ferry are a number of commercial uses along Western Boulevard, and then sort of a range of scales of residential in this area. Looking a little closer on the site, currently there are garden apartments that were developed in the 1960s. You can see some views from the 2 frontages of the site. There are 3 proposed zoning conditions, one prohibiting some land uses normally allowed in RX, one prohibiting vinyl siding and EFIS as a building siding material, and then a 3rd condition that has a few parts to it and would apply for future Tier 3 site plans. So the components include a contribution to the city for use for affordable housing, provision of a city bike share station. Residential tenants would receive 90 days written notice before termination of their leases due to redevelopment. And in the event that that condition was triggered, the owner would provide a relocation stipend of $2,500 per unit. So the existing versus proposed here, the base district is remaining the same. They're requesting 2 additional stories, a different urban frontage, and then the existing conditions would be removed and replaced with the conditions I just talked through. So with the restrictions on commercial use and RX, really the change here is in residential entitlement. As I mentioned, the case is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall. Here's a consistent policies for this request and a few inconsistent policies. And then being inconsistent with the future land use map, approval of this request would be a de facto amendment to the future land use map. And it would be amended from neighborhood mixed use to office and residential mixed use. And again, the Planning Commission recommended approval 7-2. The 2 votes in opposition wanted to see a greater contribution towards affordable housing than was proposed at that time. And that concludes the staff presentation. I can answer any questions you have. And I'll mention it's my understanding that the applicant is interested in continuing the hearing to allow for additional changes to those zoning conditions.
Okay, I am going to open the hearing. I don't have anyone signed up from the applicant side.
That's right. They did not make the window for sign up, but I do believe they're here for questions if you have any.
Okay. And we
They
do
need to
have,
add 2 conditions, so that they can't.
they're going to add conditions. Okay. I've opened the hearing. There's Caroline Monson who's signed up in opposition. Is Caroline here? Okay, well, we will leave the hearing open. If you add conditions, guess we have to decide when we bring this back.
And I know April 2nd was busy in the evening. I don't know what it's like in the afternoon. Just the one? I don't know if staff knows. April 2nd afternoon would be preferable if we don't have.
That is going to be a very, very long day between, if we keep adding stuff during the day and at night. It's
kind of like today.
There might not be a dinner break.
For context, if my notes are right, we have 5 rezonings in the evening, as well as the Nowell Road that we just added. And then also the Appearance Commission name change, TOD, the Annual Action Plan for Affordable Housing, the 4-year terms, and the expanded council districts, all public hearings. So that's 10.
Okay.
So
what does May 7th look like?
Michael, you got May 7th open?
Well, I was just going to add, if it's possible to do it in the afternoon of April 2nd, we've kind of kicked this out a few times, and there are some contractual deadlines that we were already kind of solving for. And so, again, we anticipate keeping our presentation. So, yeah, would very much ask for consideration for April 2nd. Thank you.
Can we adjust some of our agenda? So we're not here till.
Other than the things you all have already assigned to this date. So we can adjust our portion of it, yes, but you all have already allocated, is it 10, Councilmember Patton? Yeah, so.
Could we do it in the afternoon?
Well, that's.
Nowell was 11, this would be 12 if I'm counting right. Not my preference.
What's April 16th? Is that any better?
And sorry, I just want to make sure the number of zoning cases that were on April 2nd, I understood the majority of them are at night. Is that correct? I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page. I know you've got other business. No, understood.
Yeah. Could staff respond to that, please?
Yes, ma'am. So when you took the report of the Planning Commission today, you scheduled most of those items for the 16th. So you're at, I think, 5 or 6 there.
So what do we have on the 2nd and what do we have on the 16th?
The second is, in the evening, is quite heavy, as Councilmember Patton
No,
just
during the day.
Oh, the only rezoning item in the afternoon at this point is Nowell, and then you have special item, the New Bern TOD. Special, because you closed the public hearing.
TOD? But we're not doing anything on the 2nd.
The 16th has everything you scheduled
On the second and the
earlier in the
afternoon, since you'd
meeting.
already closed the.
What, TOD?
Yeah.
The downtown MSD expansion.
Right.
And then several cases that we scheduled today. So I count 7 public hearings.
It's just gonna be a long day. I'm gonna be hangry, but we can make it work.
16th seems like it's more amenable based
Go
on the
ahead, you wanna-
schedule. I think there's more consensus around the 16th than the 2nd. Sorry.
Okay.
But that just seems to be where consensus is.
All right, let's move forward. April 16th.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, unanimous, thank you. Next, we have streetscape and parking plan for the Village District common signage.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Danya Sandeep with Planning and Development. No, sorry, that's the applicant. Thanks. So the next item, SSP 123, is a streetscape plan amendment requesting changes to the common signage plan of the Village District Shopping Center. Now, we haven't seen one of these requests since the adoption of the UDO in 2013, so I'm going to give a quick overview of streetscape plans as contextual information. So streetscape and parking plans were a required component of the legacy rezoning process associated with a pedestrian business overlay district. So these plans were adopted by council in conjunction with a PBOD rezoning request, and they included prescriptive standards for streetscape and roadway improvements within a defined area. These plans allowed for variation from the development standards in order to promote a more unified development and to help preserve and maintain unique character and identity for a given area. So the typical elements included are sidewalk paving materials, streetscape furnishings. We also have landscaping and signage. We have a total of about 19 adopted plans that are referenced in the UDO, but contained within the City of Raleigh's street design manual, of which only 2 include signage regulations. So the process to amend a streetscape plan is, as prescribed in the UDO, is a legislative process very similar to rezoning. We do require neighborhood meeting, staff review and analysis, planning commission review and recommendation, final public hearing, and action by City Council. So the SSP 123 is seeking to amend the Cameron Village Streetscape Plan that was first adopted in 1990. The plan was amended in 2003 to include the common signage plan, and it was once again revised in 2008. The site is a 28.5-acre shopping center located along Oberlin Road between Clark Avenue and Smallwood Drive. The current zoning on the property is commercial mixed-use zoning with 5 to 7-story height limit and urban frontages. So a little context, so the site has a unique historical context. It is considered one of the very first shopping centers in North Carolina and potentially also in the Southeast region. It opened doors in 1949, has been in operation since then. The streetscape plan was adopted in 1990. The existing conditions on the site are very similar to what it used to be. It reflects the post-World War suburban development pattern with a huge reliance on automobiles, and it continues to be that today. So any additional signage and wayfinding will help with navigation of the site for both pedestrians and motorists. And these are just sample photographs of the existing signage at the shopping center today. So getting to the summary of proposed amendments, it's pretty simple and straightforward. They are looking to rename the common signage plan to the Village District Common Signage Plan, again, to reflect the current nomenclature of the shopping center. They are looking to upgrade sign regulations from the old plan to what is allowed under the UDO currently, and this would allow for additional design options for future and current tenants. That would mainly include allowing for more colors, more materials, trademarked logos, and additional sign types. Again, all of these amendments would support the district's mid-century modern architectural heritage. The request is consistent with a few comprehensive plan policies, again, all of which allow to maintain and create a visually cohesive, attractive facade, allow for maintaining the neighborhood and character and identity, and promoting quality design. The Planning Commission did recommend approval. They found that our request is reasonable and in the public interest because it allows to encourage more visually cohesive street frontages, also giving tenants more options for design, as well as to enhance the overall pedestrian environment. So no outstanding issues are reported. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, no one has signed up in opposition. Jennifer Ashton and Michael Birch have signed up in support. I'm going to open the hearing, but I'm going to say if there's, okay, you get it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jennifer Ashton, Longleaf Law Partners, today on behalf of the applicant, Village District. I am not going to take a ton of your time. I've spoken to most of you already. We are really looking forward to updating our common sign plan, and we're looking for your support today. And with that being said, I'll just say that the Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval, but I'm here to answer any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, I will close the hearing then.
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated March 19th, 2024, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the streetscape plan amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous as well. And then the last case we have is rezoning Z3523 on Gorman Street.
Hello again. So this case you last discussed on February 5th. Since that time, the applicant has submitted some revised conditions. I'm happy to walk through those, but he is requesting additional time to revise his conditions further in response to some comments he's heard from the public. I think we discussed a deferral date of April 16th, but given that that agenda is quite full, I think there might be some additional consideration there. So happy to give you an update on the case if you like. It's up to you.
Is the applicant here?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Well, when we move it, we're going to want some feedback on date, okay?
Is anyone here that about this case otherwise?
No one has signed up in opposition.
I know, but were there any folks here about this case? I just want to check. Okay. And I just want to note there's several different items that have come forward from groups that I'm still trying to kind of piece out. I don't know that we have the bandwidth to discuss it right now.
No.
I think we could wait if folks are amenable to May to bring this back, and hopefully
Let's ask the applicant.
the applicant could have figured it out.
Thumbs up.
You good? Okay.
Unless anyone wants to. Okay.
Well, let's have the date in May. Are we looking at May 2nd? Sure. Okay.
7th.
7th, I'm sorry. I was listening to your second. That's how punchy we're all getting. Yes. Okay, so the motion is to defer to May 7th.
Yep.
Seconded by Councilmember Black. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Could I just clarify if you want that in the evening or the afternoon?
Could we do the afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Whew. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of EDI committee.
No report. We have 2 items pending. We're still going to hold off on the HBCU roundtable, but we will resume our discussion on the Downtown Raleigh Economic Development Strategy this month. So our meeting is next Tuesday, March 26th at 1:30 p.m. in the council chambers.
Okay, thank you. Growth and natural resources.
No report. We do have an item for our March meeting, Hardin Road. This is rezoning Z2823. My mind's a little scattered right now. I think we set something for April today. Strickland Road. Yes, we will also talk about that rezoning case in April. And I'd also like to propose that in our May GNR meeting that we discuss litter. I have received, just a number of concerns from residents about the prevalence of litter across the city, the impacts on our environment, as well as just the aesthetics and quality of life. So I just want to refer the study item to GNR to learn about current city and partner efforts to address litter, including what city departments like solid waste, transportation, and stormwater are doing, programmatic and volunteer efforts of DOT, and then also partnerships that we might have with community organizations and researchers. I know there's some research going on about litter in our creeks in the city. In addition, I think some discussion of the history and decisions to eliminate some convenience centers would be helpful. There have been some, I think, illegal dumping issues. And I also believe Councilmember Black might have an item to add to that conversation if you want to mention it.
I mean, I was going to bring it up during council concerns. I was going to ask that we talk about litter in GNR because that's something that I've been getting a lot of complaints about, specifically about literal bags of trash being along Millbrook Road near the lake. So near Shelley Lake. So I wanted to bring that. So it was very timely of you for offering that, and I would like to uplift that.
All right.
I just want to, just as a method of making sure when we send things to committee, we do so with a lot of clarity. Are you also hoping to have some policy opportunities brought to us, opportunities for additional programming or just information?
Definitely information to understand prevalence of litter, and then if there are opportunities to make improvements that staff see or that partners see, it would be great to hear about those ideas. For example, I know residents have brought up maybe the idea of some community education that the city could do around litter. So that's just one example.
Yeah, for my direct request, what I was going to read was for staff to look into programs that we can adopt to combat the littering along our roadways. So, yeah.
Yep. I think the part with partner organizations, NCDOT in particular, is very important because they are the ones who do that work on most of the highways and roadways. Yeah. So, okay. Do we need a motion for that for committee? Seconded by Councilor Patton. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay. Yeah, she had this going on. Oh, yeah. Okay, that was unanimous. So that will go to GNR as well. Okay. Safe, vibrant, and healthy community, no report. And then transportation and transit, it doesn't look like there's any report, anything coming out of there as well. So next we have the report of the mayor and city council. Councilmember Harrison, if you'll start.
Just briefly, we had a District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting last weekend, and we had a great presentation from Parks about the possibility of a partnership to reinvest in Lake Johnson Pool, which would allow a $5 million investment from a nonprofit partner to build a 50-meter Olympic competition style pool that would be heated. It would be available year round. And so that's going to be an opportunity for community engagement additionally coming up. So I'll be putting that out there to folks. And if you have any ideas or input on that, I hope everyone sees that as an exciting opportunity. I certainly do.
It's a great opportunity. Councilmember Fort.
Yeah, a couple things. First, I had the pleasure of being with the Quarter Century Club of city employees last night, and it was a great banquet. Evan Raleigh did a great job being the keynote speaker. Got to see some folks who'd retired from the city that I hadn't seen in a while. So very, very good event. I was glad to be able to attend that. My second item is, starting to get a lot of questions about the separation allowance issue. It's kind of been popping up on my radar. I know that the city is obligated to do separation allowances for law enforcement because that's a statute and it's by law that we have to do that. But it seems like the conversation is starting to reverberate around other entities, and certainly, value the work that different departments do. I remember in COVID, the Raleigh Parks folks opened up the facilities and they provided childcare for our first responders when they had to be out dealing with COVID and there was really nowhere else for their kids to go. Certainly know that our folks in solid waste services, work in inclement weather. I mean, they're out there in the snow, they're out in the rain, they're out in the heat. And so we've got a lot of departments that do a lot of valuable and critical work on behalf of the city and our residents. And so what I would like to ask is that staff bring us a budget note for really, I want to say for all the city departments, so we can make I know that we're going to get some information that will help us make an informed decision as relates to, fire and ECC and some other agencies or departments, but just based on the fact that there's a lot of conversation around the city as well, I'm asking staff to bring back a proposal for separation allowances for our operational departments so that we're looking at things from a more equitable perspective and equitable lens, and that we're in a position to make decisions that are in the best interest of all of our employees throughout the city. So that would be my request. Is that clear?
Almost.
Okay.
So you're saying operational departments?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you aggregate that data, like between like an overall one and then like the individual different departments and what that would, like the cost associated with each one?
Yes, we can give you an estimate because as we explained last month, short of having an actuarial study performed, we won't have the exact numbers, but based on what we're currently obligated and how the methodology and the compilation of those numbers, we can give you an estimate of what it would be, yes.
Cool.
Okay, Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. My next District E community conversation will be April 10th from 6 to 8 at New World Cafe on Durley Road. Next, I want to send a huge thank you to our stormwater department for allowing me to work a shift with our team. It was amazing to learn and talk to you guys while flushing pipes. I'm amazed with the passion and dedication everyone on the team contributes. So I really, really appreciate the conversation and the learning. It was a lot of fun. Thanks a lot. And then the next update I have is from our community engagement board. Karen Ray stopped by this month to work on their growing partnership, which was awesome. They would also like to better understand what their purview is in the council's eyes now that CACs have been removed from their job list. I've spoken with them about how vital their input is in helping shape community engagement throughout all of our departments. But since I was not on council when they were formed, I'd love to understand what the expectations started as and how they've changed since. And I just wanted to open that up to see if there's some guidance that I can give them on what we expect as a council.
Are they
Community engagement.
are they feeling like their work plan is not, are they worried their work plan is not aligned with our priorities anymore?
Yeah, they were a little bit concerned once we reinstated CACs because that's what they had been focusing on for a while to help create a new engagement process that like half their work plan is gone now. So they're like, well, I need some guidance. So maybe that's a conversation that I can shoot in an email. I don't meet with them again until next month into the minute, so it doesn't need to be solved right now, but I can shoot an email out. Just wanted to put that on the radar that they've, as a group, we're just a little bit confused.
Maybe in a manager's update, we can recirculate their work plan to the council so we can take a closer look at it. And if we find that it doesn't align with our current priorities, we can send them guidance.
Yep, that sounds great. Thank you. And then lastly, excuse me, on that note, I'm glad to have CACs back. I would like to better streamline communication with the RCAC so that everyone knows who to contact if an issue or question arises. I personally believe this is best accomplished by turning our CAC leadership team into a small sort of board akin to our business alliances and how we have boards with our business alliance teams, and that we appoint liaisons for. I feel that this would give a clear point person on both sides. We started with 3 items when we reinstated them, and I'd like to continue to define expectations. First, I don't think this board should require a staff liaison to begin with, so I do want to take that off of the, in the liaison role. I know we do have a staff role, but since we're just trying to streamline communication, I'm not necessarily thinking that's necessary at the moment, but definitely open for conversation. This will give them time to iron out how the recommendations are implemented and for the training portion of the request to be laid out fully. Next, I believe there should be a yearly work plan, just like with our other boards. This would also streamline communication by giving direction as to what's being done at any given moment. And lastly, I'd like to better understand how the new leaders are brought up to speed when they start and how the city can best support their growth. This will take time for RCAC to define and to master. I'd love to open that conversation up for discussion. Again, I can also email later, but just wanted to make sure that it was thrown to the table now that I'd like to make sure that we're having a clear, defined communication system between them and council. But I can shoot an email out.
That was not discussed at all during our retreat, so, and I don't really have clarity on what you're asking. So I think following up with something, or even talking to us beforehand so we have some clarity would be helpful.
Sure.
Councilmember Black?
Well, I know you were making your rounds on talking to people.
I did.
So I don't know if you made it to everybody. You made it to me. I think, with looking at the scope and the interaction of working with CACs, specifically our CAC, and, they are really tasked with the responsibility of bringing back all of the number of organizations that they had, or the, units or groups, what do you call them?
Well, units, yeah.
Units all across the city, and that diversity. The onus a lot is on us to be supportive of them taking on that role, since we were the people that kind of pulled it away. So I think, I like the idea of coordinating with CACs, having them have a work plan that they work through to, so we can have a transparent flow of information from our CAC, from us to our CAC, and from our CAC back to us, as we're working on bringing back CACs to their full capacity. I think all the things you mentioned are really sound ways to keep that engagement while keeping them independent and being able to get to where we all want to go mutually.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I think that the point of bringing it here is not to make a decision right now. There's no decisions being made at this point. It's definitely to throw into the pot I know we have a report coming back in April that we discussed in our council retreat. So I think this is really just trying to add on to the thoughts of what's being discussed with staff as to what would work best in the staff's mind as well. So really the request right now is for conversation on what that could look like in addition to what's already been worked on right now. I know I've talked to Tansy, and we talked about the business alliances that we do have and how something could look similar, because it's not something we already have. So I appreciate the help that staff has given me and guidance has given me in discussing this. But I just wanted to get transparent, in front of the public, just talk about what our thoughts are so that we can share it with staff and they can come back in April. So.
Councilmember Ford?
And I know we've talked, but I've been kind of clear that I do think if there's some liaison role from a council member perspective, that we should also have a staff person. So when you bring back the feedback, sort of what that would look like to have, because I think all of our other boards and commissions and other things have a city council member as a liaison, but they do also have staff liaisons. If you're talking about work plans and the things along those lines and policies and all that, I do think it would be appropriate to bring a staff person as well, so, or have a staff person as well, so if that could be a part of it, whatever you bring back to us.
Councilmember Black, do you have anything else? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Patton?
Oh, my council, do I have council concerns? Oh,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. It's been a long day. I thought you meant like about, I do have things. I do have things. First off, I want to say thank you to everyone who came to my District A Town Hall meeting all about housing last Friday at the Green Road Community Center. We had the pleasure of being graced by the wonderful ideas of Emma Sutton, who is our Housing and Neighborhoods Director. So, thank you for rocking through the technical difficulties that we had. We need to talk about getting proper technology for all the community centers, because the TV wasn't working properly with the presentation, but people managed to work through it. But it was just a really robust and just transparent and circular conversation around housing, and it's something that a lot of people are really interested in. So I was really grateful to be able to facilitate that and to have a completely packed out room. I think that was the most packed out I've had a room for a town hall, other than talking about Six Forks Road or the North Hills stuff. So it's just really great to have a conversation in this way. So thank you to Emma, thank you to the staff that put that together. I could not have done it without you. The next thing I wanted to bring up is a concern that I've heard from a resident. So I'm just going to read what was written. Last year, I had a resident contact me after Raleigh Water caused sewage to back up into their home. Since this occurrence, she has worked with the city to reimburse her family for the cost of the repairs and accommodations while her family dealt with the issue. She shared that her process has been tedious and traumatizing throughout the past year, and most importantly, that there are systemic issues going on that we have contributed to discordance in the reimbursement process between the city of Raleigh, herself, and the contractor. I'm asking staff to conduct an equity review on the insurance adjusting process and or provide council with an update on the liability claims process so that we can better serve our residents. So shout out to Catherine Bryant. She's been through a lot this last year, and she brought this to me. I didn't know what to say, so it's been a long time coming to be able to have to push this on this table here, so I'd really like for us to be able to look at that. And the last thing I wanted to bring up, it was, so y'all know I'm the liaison for Human Relations Commission, and we had a really interesting meeting. They finished up their grants process last week, and they were talking about all these organizations that come through to get the monies that are afforded to people through the grants process with the city. And one of the things that they were talking about was the equity concerns, specifically with legacy organizations, and how do new organizations that may be looking at the same issues in different ways get to tap into the idea of being a legacy organization and the equity concerns that exist around funding the same things over and over again, when there may be other organizations in the city that want the opportunity to be able to do that. So they're coming sometime in the next month to really talk about that concern and talk about some of the other things that they're doing. And I'm going to be talking to other people at the table about some of the concerns I heard, because once it was explained to me, I was like, wow, this really is a serious concern. And then I wanted to follow up because maybe I can get it in a manager's report, but I know that they received a 10% increase every year to the amount of money they are able to allocate through their human relations board process when it comes to grants. And they just want to know where they are with that, because they said that happened about 3 years ago, and it was supposed to be every year they get a 10% boost to the allocated right over $1 million, I believe. So I would love an update for that in the manager's report.
So we can bring back a follow-up report, but you may recall we already have that on the roadmap, that we're going to do a complete analysis of all of our grant opportunities, not just HRC. We have grants in housing that we also give, outside agency grants that we do through.
Does that all come through? does that all come through HRC, or does HRC like have? I think that's
HRC
what
is
they
a
were.
small piece of it.
I think that's what they were talking about, just like the money that is allocated through that HRC process and within the grants.
Yeah, so we can break that piece off, but we're doing a complete analysis of all of our grant opportunities. We do a lot in the way of providing grant to service providers, to nonprofits in this city. And so we just wanted to make sure that we were doing it in a way that was not only efficient, but one that was equitable and effective to make sure that we're getting the greatest and best outcomes across the board. That's been one of my concerns for years and years. You know, how do you get into the game if you're new? What is it that you have to do to be able to get entree into our process? That's why we're going through the complete cycle, try to change protocols and procedures and all. But yeah.
So follow-up question, sorry for everyone. When is that going to be coming back? You said you're like in the process of like reviewing it.
It'll be a minute, because
Okay.
right now we're in budget season, so we can't commit to anything else until we get you guys a budget. But it will come back this year sometime.
Okay, that's
Yep.
just curious. Thank you so much.
And I have just one quick question, Councilmember Black. With the liability stuff, I don't know, have you had a conversation with the city attorney? Because I don't know how much that process can be openly discussed or disclosed. And so,
I haven't. I didn't. I know she's been working with the lawyers and the attorneys, and then talking with the city staff members here. And I think a lot of that is outside of like what I am directly over purview for. So that's why I'm just asking for the equity review of the insurance adjusting process.
Yeah, because I don't know how much of that we can publicly disclose. So,
What I understood was she was just talking more about the process and not that specific claim.
Okay.
And so we can share the general process of what happens when your claim comes in, that type of thing.
Okay, all right. Just making sure we're all clear. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, hi. Good stuff from consent. We authorized additional funding in the amount of $750,000 for the Thrive at South End, which is an affordable housing project that'll offer rents as low as $468 a month. So that's very cool. Also, additional security cameras at Durant Nature Preserve, which I love. Also we set a public hearing through the consent agenda. I want to make sure the public knows about it, which is the annual action plan, which is our sort of single-year affordable housing plan that serves as our application for federal dollars and fits inside of our consolidated plan, which is like a 5-year plan and is coming to an end soon. So on April 2nd, that we'll be having that public hearing. So I want people to know about that. And there's an info session tonight. I thought we'd finish this meeting earlier. It's at 6, which is essentially right now. So it's at Chavis for anyone watching at home. Anyway, a bunch of clarifying things. The taxi cab drivers reach out to me fairly regularly to ask when that item will come back. Do we have a firm date on when that?
Yes, it is coming back in the first meeting in April. It was scheduled for today. The chief is speaking at a CALEA, which is our accreditation conference, and the dates changed and it conflicted. And the person who actually manages our taxi cab program is on vacation, the first vacation he's taken in 2 years. And I didn't have the heart to tell him he couldn't go. So they will be here prepared with the presentation in April.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
you know me. I'm never going to tell someone not to take vacation. That's not my, I can't do it, but I appreciate that. Also wanted to make sure, we talked about the direct voucher program at the retreat, and I think like we're universally very excited about it, but I wanted to I woke up in a cold sweat the other day wanting to make sure we don't need to take a vote in order to give Emila enough authority to continue working on that.
She's already doing it.
She's good. Okay, great. Since we're talking about separation allowance, I know last time this came up, you asked us not to opine, or it's not possible to opine on budget notes before the presentation of the budget. However, we do already have separation allowance for one of our departments. They're through an unfunded state mandate. And so I wondered if in a future manager's update, maybe we could hear about like the financial obligations of that, how many people are served, how much it costs per year, et cetera. That's information that already exists.
Yes.
And we won't, so maybe that can prime our conversation. Then also wanted to clarify when I asked for the special item to come back about the planning follow-up, there's a component that's around internal processes. I wanted to clarify that's like a lesser interest of mine, but I do think there are parts of stuff shared in that memo that I'm really interested in, things that the council could do to alleviate burdens and friction through the rezoning process. So for instance, like noticing in the newspaper feels antiquated to me and unforgiving, but I also understand that might be a legislative obligation. And so those are the things that I'll be interested in when that comes back. So I just kind of wanted to clarify the priority of like where we as council might be able to provide direction or use the friction points to inform our future legislative agenda.
Okay.
So
Sure thing.
That's it. I'm done.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. This is a very long meeting, but not as long as it took NC State to win a championship in men's basketball. Just want to say congratulations to the NC State men's basketball team for winning the ACC championship. I will admit I cried a little. If you're a State grad,
You won't even live.
you get on campus and you learn about the history of the program and these times, these stories you hear about the 74 team, the 84 team. Last championship was 37 years ago, and last week was probably the most exciting week as a State fan I think I've ever had. And so thank you for giving us that hope. It was remarkable what they did, 5 games in 5 days, beating the 1, 2, and 3 seed. There are 6 teams in the ACC that have won a national championship in basketball, NC State and 5 others. They played all 5 of those teams last week to reach this title game, which I thought was incredible. And so best of luck in the NCAA tournament, both men and women basketball team. So thank you. That's all I have.
You said it all with your shirt.
I know, and that bow tie, look at it.
It was quite.
It was. Bonham is up here to bust his bubble. I'm just trying to let y'all know.
I'm not going to talk about basketball. Got one track mind at council, and it's about rezoning. Earlier in the meeting, you postponed action on Z3623, the South Saunders case at Fuller Street. I did have a chance to talk with the applicant. I think you have also probably heard from them. They would like to be scheduled for public hearing on April 2nd.
Uh-oh. I was going to say so moved, but I mean, is there a second?
Did you ask him about any other dates by any chance?
It was very early in the meeting when I talked to
didn't?
that person. Yeah.
We didn't know.
They would like for you to go ahead and set the public hearing. They did not want to be held as a special item again.
Right. How complicated is this going to be?
Which case?
No, the one we're talking
South
about right
Saunders
now.
Street.
If they come down, it's
Yeah, they're down.
then it should be easy.
April, do you want to do April? Do you want to do April
Well, if they
16th?
don't, then we'll move
It's
them to
full, but
June.
it's less stuffed. April 16th.
Then they said the 2nd, though, right? Look, I'm not trying to be difficult, but they were really early in this meeting, and we bumped them. And so they probably would have been set April 2nd, and something later would have gotten bumped. But we asked them, they gave us one date. If it's going to be easy with all this work to holding it, I'm fine with April 2nd. I don't want to say 16th, and then they're not available, then we have to come back and do it again. They would have been scheduled April 2nd. They were higher in the priority list. We just jumped over them. That's how I feel. That's right.
Can we add them at night
Afternoon.
or afternoon?
At your pleasure.
We're in TOD, and now
I mean, if
we're
y'all
in
want to
the
do 16th, we do the
afternoon.
16th. I'm just afraid that's going to create more problems because Bynum only asked about one date.
All right, let's
so.
do during the day. I'll make a motion for the day. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Make sure food is here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, I think, Bynum. Yeah, Saturday night was a great sports night for Raleigh. Between that and the Hurricanes, it was pretty exciting. Listen, I have just something I want to bring back from this afternoon as well. I got some clarification from the skate Raleigh request, which was in front of us under council contingency. Their ask was for $7,500. The money would go to cover cost of porta-johns, which are currently at the site, for 9 months. They will continue to manage and maintain, et cetera. And they also said the wrap that they're looking at will be transparent, see-through, so it will not interfere like with what you can see in there. So instead of, I pushed it off to the last meeting, to the next meeting, but if you were all comfortable voting on this, that was the clarification I was looking for. So I'll make a motion to approve then.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No, it was, they couldn't maintain them. That's why I was asking for the clarification. Okay. All right, so opposed are Counselor Jones, and now you're opposed too, Counselor Black? Okay, so that, 3, 4, so 5. Yeah, so Councilmember Jones and Patton opposed. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted that clarification because there's information in there that basically says it has more to do with who's responsible for maintaining and operating, not that it couldn't be there. So I just want to clarify that. So thank you. All right. Appointments.
Good afternoon, good evening. Board of Adjustment, county alternate appointment. The purpose of this agenda item was to just inform you all that Wake County Board of Commissioners did make an appointment to the city's Board of Adjustment, and that name is Antoine Midget, and he is an alternate member that will serve a 2-year term that commenced on March 4th. No council action is necessary on that. Substance Use Advisory Commission, 3 regular vacancies. Rihanna Flora received 7 votes, so would be appointed. In addition, Councilmember Jones nominated Martin Woodard and Joanne Agai.
I would also like to make a nomination for Mary Elizabeth Peebles.
Sure. So all 3 of those names will come back for those 2 remaining vacancies on your next ballot. Nominations, Appearance Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. Resignation has been received from Catherine Lawson. Therefore, you have 1 alternate vacancy for consideration. Arts Commission, 3 regular vacancies. In terms of Patty Williams, David Clegg, David Moore are expiring. Ms. Williams and Mr. Clegg are not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. They'll continue to serve until replaced. And Mr. Moore is eligible and would like to be considered.
I wanted to note there's several strong applications in the application portal for Arts Commission. I do want to speak with the new leadership of the Arts Commission. David Clegg is stepping down. I had a good meeting with him this morning, but before we make any new nominations, I just want to put that out there that I'd like to get some input from the current commission. I'm the liaison for this group. And I did have just a question about David Moore's attendance. Do you have any information about missed meetings or those concerns?
I don't.
I'm going to ask going forward if, when you bring this forward, if there could be some type of information. We've had people who have been sick, we've had people who have had family issues, whatnot. It would be nice to know that instead of just looking at the attendance record and not having some feedback. So if they want to be reappointed, if you could ask them, and I think that could be helpful.
Do you have a threshold in mind for when that question would be prompted, or just in general to explain absences as a broad question?
Or 25%.
I would say 25%.
Okay. Sure, we can start doing that.
Yeah, and I know the Arts Commission has had some trouble at times having enough folks at their meetings to make important decisions. So I do think this is an important one.
Yeah, the threshold is helpful because it can be uncomfortable sometimes for staff to get into that. So the threshold will be helpful, and we can start doing that.
And so we're holding the reappointment of Mr. Moore. So he'll just continue to appear on the ballot while that information is gathered. Okay. Community Engagement Board, 1 regular vacancy. This is for the staff nominated first-time serving slot. Resignation has been received from Tondra Bird, who fills this slot. Staff recommends the appointment of Veronica Thring to fill this vacancy.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That was unanimous. Thank you.
All right. And lastly, Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy, professional category. Term of Carlos Liriano is expiring, and he would like to be considered for a reappointment.
Yeah, let's roll into the next ballot.
So I did find out on this one, he travels a lot for work and asked, and said he can make more virtual meetings. So my question was, is a Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, do they have hybrid meetings or
No.
virtual?
No one has hybrid meetings. They're one of the groups that declined to respond when we asked them, would you rather be all in person or all virtual? They were among the 3, I think, boards that declined to weigh in. They would prefer hybrid, but they declined to choose.
Okay. My understanding is he has brought some true value to the group. I got very positive feedback, but that was the reason.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's roll them to the ballot, and I will reach out to the chair and just ask if they are ready to go fully virtual, and hopefully that will abate some of their quorum issues and some of the attendance issues they face. About half of this board is in the professional category, which I do think poses a challenge for attendance because so many of their members travel for so many reasons. So I'll reach out to the chair, but for the purposes of this appointment, maybe we'd roll to the ballot.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, at the March 5th meeting, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe it was, asked about steps that would need to be taken to allow the police chief's appointee to the Police Advisory Board to reside outside of the city of Raleigh. In your packet, I put together a resolution that would facilitate that request if the council is so inclined.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, please tell the chief to get that person appointed. We need that voice there.
Well, I had a conversation with somebody last night after we've had these discussions, and so I think somebody that she's previously nominated will be eligible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now the report of the city clerk.
And staff has presented 4 sets of minutes for consideration of approval by the council.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, next we are moving into closed session. The motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A2 to prevent disclosure of an honorary degree, scholarship, prize, or similar award. GS 143-318-1A4 to discuss matters relating to the location of expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered by the city in negotiations. So moved. All in favor? returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.